Hey, it's me, Vicki Marie. Now, hope you're all well. I'm just looking on here. I can see I've got Desi. I'm just looking at, I just need to look. I'm experimenting with something tonight. I'm using this Nightbot thing and I can see it's already deleted a message and I don't know why. So anyway, I'll have a look at it in a minute. I might have to turn it off if it keeps deleting messages. It's one of those bot moderators, but I have absolutely no idea why it's deleted a message. But anyway, we'll have a look at that in a moment. So the first thing I want to do is light the candle. So we're lighting a candle for Sebastian tonight, aren't we? Well, a candle for everyone as usual, but particularly for Sebastian, because it's Sebastian that we're going to be talking about. And it's all gone, it's all still sort of weird, isn't it? This sort of YouTube war almost, or social media war, if you like, between Chris Proudfoot and everybody else, because a lot of people don't like Chris Proudfoot, and then of course there's Seth who's on there a lot, and then this video that we're going to look at tonight basically was supposed to be originally a video about oh god, now my computer's gone off completely. Was supposed to be a video about the private investigators that Seth has employed, wasn't it? And what information they could give everybody. I think I've been thrown off by my own bots. Let's have a look. Oh dear, might have to get rid of the bots for tonight. For some reason, my other computer's going off as well. Maybe it's thrown me off completely. Anyway, it was supposed to be an interview with Seth's private investigators. And then, of course, it turned into something different because Chris Proudfoot came onto the stream and then Seth himself came onto the stream. And that's what we're going to look at. What happened? Does it make you feel any more differently about Chris or Seth? And the information that came out, not from the private investigators and from Chris, I thought was really interesting. But, and even Greg Hughes came on it. He's another YouTuber who I really like. And, Greg Hughes, he says what he thinks. And I like people who say what they think. And, so it all got a bit, I didn't stay up to watch it last night, but I did watch it this morning. And I don't know why I cannot get into my own, oh, there you go. Sorry, everything's going to be one of those nights when everything's going wrong, because sometimes technology, you think it will make things easier, but it doesn't always, does it? Doesn't always make things easier. Anyway, it's quite a long video. And that's why I was asking people, do you want me to play the whole video or just the bit when Chris comes on? But he comes on quite early on, to be honest. And then, of course, leading up to when Chris comes on, the private investigators do give quite a lot of information, I think. So, there seems to be mixed feelings about, whether to watch the whole video or just watch the bit when Chris comes on and, when it really started sort of hotting up. But I think what we'll do is we'll start watching it from the beginning and then I'll just fast forward every now and again if it's something that's not really that sort of important, we'll fast forward. But yeah, most people on this poll that I've done on here, 71% are saying whole video anyway. So I'm going to take notes as well of this because I wish I would have watched this blooming thing twice now already and haven't taken any notes. But I'm going to take some notes tonight because I think there's some very important things came out. And then, and one thing I just want to say, everybody be respectful because I know you'll all have strong feelings one way or another, and some people feel, quite angry about Chris Proudfoot. Other people don't feel quite angry about Seth. It's quite a polarizing thing. To me, I don't feel angry about either of them. I just feel sad for Sebastian that don't know where he is, that we don't know where he is. But so just be polite to each other, because you won't agree. With definite one thing you can be sure of, if there's quite a few people on the chat, which there probably will be as it goes on, people aren't all going to agree. But that's okay. Just don't get upset with each other. That's all I'd say. So I'm going to say hello to everybody first, just quickly. Hi, Chumba. Hi, David. Hi, Desi. Yes, it is all over YouTube. Hi, DMV. Yeah, DMV. DMV's definitely not getting worked up tonight. I bet you do. I bet you do. I bet we all get worked up. Hi, Rio. Yeah, the intro's really good, isn't it? Oh, gosh. Right, I'm just, this Nightbot thing, this is going to be hilarious. So just going down it now. So we've got Hi, Rio. And the intro looks great. Yeah, it does, DMV. Thanks for that. Charlie, chilled music. Yeah, I keep experimenting with different musics and I'll find one that I really like in the end. So, what's this Nightbot says? Rio Jones, how embarrassing. Stop spamming emotes. Warning, warning. Desi Willoughby, you have to let it go. Stop spamming symbols. Warning. I haven't got a clue what that's about. So I think I might have to turn the Nightbot off, because if it's going to, I don't want it throwing people off. I need to have another look at that probably. Let's just turn it off. I don't know how to now. Maybe it's taken over my YouTube. Is it taken over my YouTube? David, so far you're the top chatter. I don't know what to do with this. I'm gonna take it off, I think, until I find out a bit more about it. I've taken it off because I think that might be too much. If it's gonna shout at people for I don't know what anyone said that was supposed to be wrong. Anyway, interesting Nightbot. I don't want it taking over my YouTube completely. Hi, Amethyst. Hi, Simon. Nightbot. I know Nightbot. It's like it's a bot, obviously, but you can put things in it like to say, to remind people to like or remind people to subscribe. But it seems to be just like take umbrage with people's comments, but I haven't put anything in it. I thought you would have had, if I keyed into it, oh, don't let anybody say, and then I don't know, FUCK, then it should throw people off if people say that. But I haven't actually put anything in yet. It's the first time that I've ever used it. So hi, Tracy. Yes, comments will have been disappearing, DMV. That's Nightbot, but I've taken it off now. So hopefully it shouldn't happen now. Desi got taken. Desi got told off. I don't know what you said, Desi, that it took umbrage to. Hi, Yvonne. What? She's still here, Desi, surely. Did it throw her off? Sorry, I'm laughing. It's probably not even funny. Hi, Ocean. Yes, I feel a lot better. Thank you. I do feel, every time I sleep and when I wake up, I feel a little bit better. Hi, Nick. Thank you. Oh, thank you, DMV. Where is Desi? Please don't tell me it's thrown Desi off. Hi, blank faces. Oh, no, don't. It's not thrown her off, has it? Oh, she's back. Is she back? Gosh, and then it didn't like it when Rio Jones said piece of cake. Stop spamming emojis, it says on my thing here. Piece of cake? What's wrong with piece of cake? Oh, it's funny this. Hi, Heather. Hi, Mara. Rio got told. Where is Desi? I'm worried it hasn't thrown Desi off, has it? Hi, Katrina. Oh, I know you're not a person who would intentionally jeopardize. I know, I don't think that none of my regular chatters would do anything bad. I just feel that Desi might. I want Desi to come back on. Blank faces, don't test it. Don't test it because I think it's thrown Desi off completely. Hi, Heather. Did I say hello to Heather? Hi, Simon. I've got so concerned now about the Nightbot. I don't know if I've said hello to or who I haven't said hello to. Is it from Rio off as well? How can it do that? How do I get them back? And yeah, why is it a Nightbot? What happened to the Daybot? I know. Oh, you're back, Desi. Are you back now? What did it do? Put you in time out? Yeah, you're back. Oh, it must put you in time out. I don't even know what you said. I honestly don't even know what you said. Rio will be back. You'll be back. It must put people in time out for some reason. I have no idea. Don't worry, Desi, I've taken the Nightbot off now. I need to look at that again. I don't want it throwing people off for saying piece of cake or whatever. What? Oh, it put you in timeout. Right. Hopefully Rio will be back in a minute as well. Hopefully Rio was in timeout. So I want everyone to know that was not me. That was the Nightbot that did that. So it's one of them moderators. You know, have you ever watched? Sometimes I've watched channels who have moderators and they chuck people off for things. You think, well, what did they even do? So that Nightbot's one of them extreme moderators. I know. Night Nightbot sacked. Definitely already. Was only on for five. God, I was literally was only saying hello to everyone for 5 minutes, and it threw 2 people off. Maybe I should put it on and just see what happens. It'd be hilarious. Be like, yeah, when I'm looking at the number of views, a number of viewers, it's like 3. Oh dear. Anyway, hopefully Rio will be back because I don't even know what I can do to change it because I can't. Rio's still out. Well, she must come back in a minute. It can't ban her completely, I'm sure. Anyway, I'll give it 5-10 minutes and see if she comes back. If not, I have to investigate further. Poor Rio. Poor Rio. Anyway, first of all, what I want to show you, she'll be back. I'm sure she'll be back because Desi was be back. I know, yeah, I'm going to end up with no subscribers left, David, because the Nightbot another creator who's just like trying to get rid of all my subscribers. Oh, Amethyst, no, we don't need a mod. It wasn't really for that. It's because what you can do is every now and again it'll come up, it'll say, supposedly the reason for it was it'll send a message saying, don't forget to subscribe. You can put messages in it that every now and again it'll throw out like, don't forget to like and please subscribe. That's why That's why I put it on. It was for that, so I don't have to remember to do it every now and again, you know. But I didn't know it was going to throw people off. Justice for Rio. Well, come on, Rio, where are you? Oh, we want to see Rio back. We want to see Rio back, don't we? Yeah, but apparently Amethyst, it does those things as well. I didn't know about that. If I would have known it was going to chuck 2 people off. It was very, I don't know even know what they said. Don't think they said anything. There was no rude words or anything like that. So it just took umbrage to something that they said. Hi, Matthew. Oh, we can't have lost Rio for good. We can't have. Right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, because what I can do is look in, because if we've lost her for good, she'd be in my block users. And I've got a couple in there, but only, you know, I haven't got many block users, to be honest. She's not yet. No. Desi's back, but not Rio. Right, let's find out if she's in the block users. Now I've got to find it. That's the thing, I don't even know where it is. I use it that little, I don't even know where the bloody thing is. Come on, Rio. Oh, we want Rio back, don't we? Like free Rio. It's like Coronation Street. Yeah, but she's been timed out for quite a while. Right, what will it be in? I've got to find it now. Community. No, she's not in my block users. As I say, there's not many in there. Let me just look through it a bit more carefully. Most of them were like proper, well, bots themselves, really. We had that really horrible sort of troll. Rio's free. She's back. Thank God for that. Yeah, I was just looking in my block users. Yeah. Mara says that is so funny. We were going to get the side scan sonar out to look for you. You were gone that long. Oh my God. Oh dear. She's back, and the night bot lasted about 5 minutes. Yeah, well, the thing is, the reason you'll see it, the Nightbot, or you might not see it because we won't be looking at the chat really from this video last night. But the reason that I started using the Nightbot, I've seen it a few times on channels, and I thought, oh, that's handy, because yeah, it pops up every now and again. It just says, oh, please remember to like and subscribe, or you know, those kind of things. I thought, oh, that'd be handy, like when I'm in a live sort of, so I don't have to remember to do it. And then last night, when I watched that video from last night, the video we're going to watch in a minute, they used it, the Nightbox. So I started investigating into it. I've spent about an hour getting it set up today. It just threw off 2 people for nothing. I didn't know it did that. I haven't put any. You know, I would imagine you could put words in that should throw people off for, you know, like if anybody says the F word or anybody says a bad word. But I haven't even, I didn't even put anything in like that. All I put in was to come up every now and again and say, please remember to like and subscribe. No, you don't have to pay for it. You don't have to pay for it. It's completely free. But just funny how it just threw everybody off. Maybe don't like the emojis. Yeah, maybe don't like the emojis. Oh, look at poor Rio. Oh, you've been to Nightbot prison, Nightbot jail. You bad girl. Ah, dear me. Okay, let's have a look at this video then. So yeah, it started off very innocuously, this video. We just had the lady from Sleuths. Let's have a look. From Web Sleuth. Now remember last night when we were watching, we did a live last night, I did a live last night, and I showed you that this video was going to be on. But of course it was about 4:30 in the morning Spanish time or something like that, because of course it's in America. So I didn't stay up to watch it, but I watched it first thing when I got up this morning. And then I could see that it sort of all, you know, went a bit crazy. I wished I had watched it live.
It's some very harsh things that should never have come out. You never should have. Now, don't take this the wrong way.
Hang on. Okay, so it started off very quietly, and it started off with, gosh, I don't know what the lady's called, from Web Sleuths. But anyway, go over and check out her YouTube channel. It's like a non-monetized channel. She doesn't take donations. No, I think it's just for the chat, just for the discussion of crime, etc. And it started off, she introduced the private investigators, Seth's private investigators. So let's have a little listen.
Nobody's cleared. The police have been very clear about that, that absolutely nobody has been thing.
It's done. So let me finish.
So our guest is Chloe, the personal investigator. I always keep calling it personal investigator. Private investigator for Sebastian Rogers. So you might hear a little bit of shouting at the start. That was Chris Proudfoot, because I had it on my phone.
There's lots of cameras in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
But they haven't, that we know of, nobody caught Sebastian leaving the house, right?
Correct. Yes. We had a meeting with Sumner County a couple weeks ago, and they're baffled.
Like this.
He's seen getting home, and then he's never seen again.
Didn't he take out the garbage or do something?
Yeah, he put the trash out. Mm-hmm.
So they saw him doing that, but they didn't see him leave.
Ever again. No.
So he was definitely home after the trip to the roadhouse. You know, because they'd been out all day, hadn't they? They'd done some family things, like normal Sunday things that people do. And he definitely went home. So the private investigator is saying this. He definitely went home because he was seen. They were seen going home, and he was seen going out and taking the rubbish out, and presumably going back again. Now that she's not actually said, she didn't say that, did she? But then he was never seen leaving the house again. Let's just see that again.
Okay.
The crane operator.
Right.
When he was last seen, though, before that was 8 p.m. His vehicle was seen after that at his RV, but him physically being seen was 8 p.m. the night before.
But the police have never indicated in any way, shape, or form that they thought Chris had driven home or there was anything nefarious, correct?
They haven't indicated much of anything, honestly.
Okay.
They've said that the family's been cooperative, and that's it. They dodge questions about timelines and alibis and things like that.
You mean?
Yeah. Now, the thing is, I'm not surprised the police aren't cooperating. Well, apart from the fact it's an investigation at the end of the day. But, you know, well, she's on a YouTube channel telling everybody what's going on. Seth's been all over YouTube telling everybody what's going on. So I'm not surprised, really, the police aren't telling anybody what's going on, because they don't want it all over YouTube. The only things they want over YouTube are the things they want to be known. So I don't agree with this private investigator making this, doing this. You know, don't agree with it. That's my personal opinion, anyway.
The police do.
Yes.
The police do. So you can't really be sure of anything. And Sherry Berry, what Chloe is going on is a vetted source that said that he was at his job, and then his truck was seen at the RV on, was it Monday morning, did you say?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
And
he was seen
he was seen, okay.
at his job site at
On Monday.
5:15 in the morning.
So, Sherry, nobody's cleared. The police have been very clear about that.
So was that Chris you was talking about, who was seen at his job site early in the morning?
That absolutely nobody has been cleared, basically. But they haven't said that anybody is a suspect either. And so that's, again, Chloe, licensed, very well respected and experienced private investigator. You must get frustrated when the police won't.
Extremely frustrated.
Yeah, when the police won't release anything. So, but let's continue on here. I want to talk about Seth for a little bit.
Okay.
And then we'll talk about Chris and Katie and about their lie detectors and all of that was going on. It was very contentious there in the press with Seth Rogers, Sebastian's bio dad, and Chris Proudfoot, Sebastian's stepfather. Well, recently, Seth and Chris talked together.
Right.
And they have decided to work together.
Right.
However, Seth came out and said that if people basically didn't like it, they could F off.
Right.
And that has been talked about quite a bit. I think I understand what Seth was doing. It was out of frustration and all of that, because there was a lot of drama between the Proudfoots and Chris and Katie and Seth, and there was lots of back and forth and accusations, and it was.
I think until Seth came out and told everyone to F off, he was like the saint, wasn't he, in it all? But, he's not a saint. Nobody is a saint. And then, of course, he did that, and that upset a lot of people, but he did apologise for it. And then here we are where we are again. It's like, well, you'll hear what Chris says shortly. Within a couple of hours of saying that he and Chris were going to work together, Seth was on YouTube blaming everything on Katie again.
Really ugly there in social media.
Yes.
And so I don't know. I'm assuming it was Seth that approached Chris and said, hey, let's stop this. Let's concentrate on Sebastian.
It wasn't Seth who approached Chris. It was Chris who approached Seth.
Well, actually, Chris came to the vigil before it started.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he approached Seth.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Not the most recent one that we did last night, but the one last weekend. I was not there yet, so I cannot speak on what was said.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, I know he made that statement. It
Let's talk about that.
rocked the boat quite a bit.
Yeah.
People were really mad.
A lot of people were really upset about it. Talk about that. What did he really mean?
My discussions with him, and just from knowing what kind of verbiage he uses anyways, my impression is that it was, I know that everybody has not everybody, but a lot of people have a bad opinion of the Proudfoots because of social media.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to get some backlash about this, but this is about my son. So F anybody that's going to get in my way.
Right. Right.
So,
And
I mean,
that's what I thought he was trying to say, but that's,
he's
right.
never told me to F off. He's never told his other private investigator to F off. He's never told his volunteers. He was not speaking to people that were helping him. I know a lot.
It's quite funny this, because you get the frogs in the background. Get all the frogs in the background, and then you get the cats crying to go out, and that. Oh God, it's just like my channel with the dogs. All these YouTubers, they've always got some sort of pets in the background that just don't respect the fact you're on a live stream. And I don't agree, Chumba, that you don't find anything out from this video. I think we find a lot out from this video, a lot, both from the private investigators, and then when Chris comes on, he says a lot, I think.
A lot of people thought he was. That wasn't the case.
No, I always felt he was talking to the drama people
Yeah,
in social media that are causing all these problems,
right.
you know, and will come.
I mean, do you think they have pet frogs? Where do you think those frogs are? They in the garden, or have they got them? I've heard of lots of YouTube channels I've watched, you know, they get their cats or their dogs in the background. So of course, they do it from home. But I don't think I've ever heard frogs before.
Come out with these ridiculous live streams saying crazy things. That's who I thought he was talking to. And the people that would give him grief for wanting to work with Chris Proudfoot.
Right.
rather
And
than
he
getting
got a lot
angry.
of grief for it.
Yeah, he did. And so that I'm glad we cleared that up, because I understand where he's coming from. I do, because it's all about Sebastian. Who cares about this other drama crap?
Right.
You know, it means nothing. And I want to say something to everybody out there. Nobody is prepared to be thrown into the spotlight, let alone during this day and age when all of a sudden you have social media and you have everybody and their dog commenting on you and what you're doing and what you say and how you look and everything, and making accusations against you that are not true. It is so hard to absorb and to deal with, all the while you're trying to look for a missing loved one. It is a horrific situation. And
No, I do agree with her when she says that. But I think what we have to remember is that they've all chosen to go on YouTube channels and talk. They weren't obliged to do it. It wasn't, it's like we look back at the Nicola Bulley case and Emma making all those interviews. Nobody was, with a gun at her back telling her to do them. Nobody's made Seth go on social media, or Chris or Katie for that matter. Nobody's made them do it. They've chosen to do that. So once you put your head above the parapet on social media, I know that. Everybody knows that who's on YouTube, or, maybe you're a bit naive to think you're not going to get any negativity, because you are going to get negativity. But I do feel that Chris and Katie have got a ridiculous amount of negativity in my eyes.
the fact that Seth has held up as well as he has is amazing. So, and again, please tell him we will help him in any way possible.
Absolutely. Hi, Kitty.
This is Boodaboo. He's a good boy. Crystal Piesky wants to know
The size of that cat, oh my God, it's massive. And Mara, yeah, that's right. When we were listening to the Samantha Murphy press conference, it was those crows, I think it was, or some sort of massive birds in the park. Show what animals they always. This woman's cat makes me laugh, because later when she's trying to interview Chris Proudfoot or Seth or one of them, really important part of the video, because she's got either Chris there or Seth there. That bloody cat's just crying to either come in or go out, and it won't be quiet.
was the camper ever checked? I take it you're talking about Chris Proudfoot's camper or RV?
Yeah, do not have confirmation of that.
So we don't know. We have to assume that on things.
That cat is enormous. Enormous. It's nearly as big as her. It's nearly as big as our German Shepherd.
Like that the police have checked everywhere. You would assume that they have looked all through the camper. You would assume that they would have looked at Chris's parents' RV or camper. And but again,
I have no
You
confirmation.
have no idea. We just have to assume. We have to assume the police have done their job in that sense. But let's talk a little bit now. Chris has a petition up,
Right.
and it is a petition to get the FBI to take over the
Seth
case.
has a petition.
Yeah, it's Seth, not Chris, who's got the petition up to let the FBI take over. But the FBI are already involved. So I don't personally think that petition is very useful. But there you go. If it makes him feel better, anything that makes him feel better.
Yeah.
Seth, yeah. Seth has petition up to get the FBI to take over Sebastian's case. How come?
Well, the FBI has been involved, but he wants them to take over. I think he's just frustrated, which I understand.
Right.
Because we haven't had any results,
Right.
So I understand his frustration. And I think that's really it, is he wants another jurisdiction to take over. I mean, above TBI and Sumner County. But yeah, they've been involved. I mean,
yeah, he wants someone else to take over because they're not talking to him. They're not communicating with Seth, are they, the TBI? And so he don't like it. But anyway, this guy's just making me laugh because animals just don't respect the fact that you're on a live stream at all. It's like, I've had Princess Tia burping in full view of the camera. They bark, they crying to come in, crying to go out. I have my other little dog chucking his ball at my feet while I'm on live stream, sometimes trying to get me to throw the ball for him. Riley coming to say hello. They just don't care, these animals. They don't care about YouTube at all.
Secret Service has been involved, and
Right.
yeah, I mean, a lot of other jurisdictions have been involved with the boots on the ground searching as well.
Oh, she said the Secret Service have been involved. I'm going to note that down. Now, I'm going to take a few notes. So the Secret Service, Secret Service been involved, but we don't know what they're doing because, of course, they're secret. But that's unusual, isn't it? I bet there's a lot going on we don't know about, or she might be. I actually don't really like her that much because she's quite rude to Chris later on. I don't know. I don't think there was any reason to. I know she's at the end of the day, she's being paid by Seth. So she's on Team Seth, isn't she? Whichever way you look at it, she's employed by him. So, but she was like, I don't think she was helpful with Chris. But Chris is a difficult person. I agree with that. But, some people are like that. Anyway, well, I'll explain what I think about that when we come to it later.
So, but his goal is to have them take over.
Okay, that's good. Well, that's good. And I don't blame him, Also, somebody just asked, did Katie have a boyfriend? And no, there's nothing like that has ever been stated. Okay.
I mean, it's been stated, but I've found no evidence of that.
Right.
This is what I think really wound Chris up when he finally came on, Chris Proudfoot. This is what had wound him up. Now, I don't blame him. Imagine having your private life all over YouTube. Whether you people, because on Facebook they're saying all sorts of things. Oh, Katie's got a boyfriend. He's got another woman. He was going to leave her. All these things. And even these private investigators have been saying stuff. Seth's been saying loads of stuff, hasn't he? Coming out with all the dirty washing, and saying things that Sebastian had done. And I feel sorry for Sebastian the day that he does come home, but everybody knows his private life. So this is what wound Chris up, listening to them talking about their private life. He got really pretty pissed off about that. And I can't say that I blame him, to be honest.
Honestly, not something I'm focusing on.
Sure.
Because when I've seen it stated, it's who are you even? Like, who are you that's saying
Right.
this,
Right, exactly. And that, again, this is about Sebastian. Now, here is a question. And again, Sebastian, according to Katie, disappeared sometime in the middle of the night. But supposedly there is no Ring camera showing Sebastian leaving, although there is Ring camera because the neighbors all have Ring cameras.
Yeah, I've mapped it.
Yeah, tell us about that, and then we'll get to this question. You actually
So,
mapped the ring
I
cameras.
mapped, the first 11 minutes of the dispatch. Once dispatch started at 6:39 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
for Sebastian, there's 11 minutes that were released, and then had a great volunteer transcribe them for me, which took her a very
Mhm.
long time because it was chaos. But through that transcription, you can see where they're saying this address has a camera. I spoke to them. They looked at it, all this. And so I made a map just from that dispatch.
Mhm.
There's probably more cameras than that. It was only the first 11 minutes, and there's a lot of cameras.
But yet the police have said that there is no footage of Sebastian. Have they actually come out and said that to Seth?
I was actually watching one of the older press conferences. I think it was from the 29th of February. And
Mhm.
they were, the look on their faces, first of all, they were just baffled. But they said they haven't had any confirmed sighting of him on camera or
That's
at all.
crazy. That is just, it doesn't make any sense. But anyway, I apologize. That crunching you hear is my dog, Othram Tex Bug Nugget the first, chewing
I
on
always
his,
expect your dogs and her frogs.
Yeah,
And
the dogs and the frogs.
Yeah, she's got a dog crunching on something now. She's got the dog, the cat. And don't get too carried away in the chat there. Remember what we're talking about here, about this boy and everything. So we've got to be respectful. Yeah, she's got a dog crunching now. So she's got a cat, a dog, and the frogs in the background, bless her. So it's not that bad when I just get a few dogs barking.
It's all, and the cat's all part of it here. Stephanie Hodge says, so did Sebastian unlock the door and go out, or what? Was the door locked when she got up, or was it unlocked? Do you know what the situation is there?
Katie and Chris have both said at different times the door was locked. They also, in the initial dispatch, when they're calling out the details to officers, say the door is locked. I wasn't there.
Right. Well, but here's the thing.
Now, I think that's important that they're saying that the door was locked. Now, see, this to me always just, there's a few things that Katie and Chris have said that I think if they had anything to hide, why would they have said all the doors were locked? They could have said, oh, yeah, the door was open or whatever, because it just makes it more mysterious. And the thing about him not having any shoes on, why didn't they say he did have shoes on? Because nobody would have ever known. If they were trying to cover something up, they've not covered it up very well. Do you understand what I'm saying? Anyway, but going back to the point of it, if all the doors were locked, how did he get out? Maybe through the window. What was the thud that was supposedly heard? I mean, it's a right thingy, but it is a complete and total mystery. But to me, I think if Chris and Katie were trying to cover it up, something, I think they're not doing it they do it in a way that made them look more innocent. Does that make sense? I feel like the things they're saying to me, they're telling the truth, and the truth looks suspicious, if that makes sense.
Here's the thing.
And Katie's also said that Sebastian has a habit of immediately locking the door behind him. That was stated after everyone was really confused about that.
Angela Conley said, did he take the bin, I think you mean the trash, out before or after Chris left to go to work? I think Chris was already gone, right? Or no?
And Chris has said that he had not seen Sebastian since early February.
Right, that's right, yeah.
So Chris was not there.
He wasn't there, so.
Right.
Anyway, so what's so frustrating about this, Chloe, is how could he have disappeared if there's no footage of him? Here's the only thing it could be. That's either a mistake and there is footage of him, or he's still somewhere in the house. I mean, I don't know what else it could be.
Yeah,
well, apparently the house has been searched. Now, it's not unheard of for the police to miss a body in a house, is it? Remember that with Tia Sharp in the UK. She was found, wasn't it the third time that the police searched the house before they actually found Tia's body up in the attic? But I believe their house, from what Chris says later, their house has been searched more than a dozen times.
So I walked through the construction site, which people that have been following this case closely know exactly what I'm talking about. But it's right next door to their subdivision. Probably half of the subdivision next door has been built, but then there's still like a big construction site in the back. So I walked that last night, actually, after the vigil at like 9:30 p.m. And it's very dark in the construction site. You definitely need a flashlight. But once you get into that subdivision, it wasn't as dark as I expected it to be. I'm not saying that means a Ring camera would pick you up. But there's a lot of, I mean, a good majority of the houses have some sort of lighting on. And I'm assuming it's always like that. I don't know if they're turning them on now because of what's going on, but a lot of them have, you know, the uplit stuff on the brick or floodlights or porch lights. You know, it's a nice neighborhood. So I didn't need to use a flashlight to walk through the neighborhood to be able to see.
And I'm telling you, with Ring cameras, usually they have infrared, so you can see somebody. Mine do.
Yeah, but it does depend on like the sensitivity settings you have on your camera, how far it is from the street, which, I mean, these are not huge lots. I would have to pull up a parcel map again, but I mean, I wouldn't think they're more than like a 1/4 acre. So they're not large.
Right.
So the houses are not super far.
So they're not large. They're not more than a 1/4 of an acre. That's obviously that's the way things are in America, isn't it? I mean, if you lived in the UK and you had a 1/4 of an acre, you'd be like Rishi Sunak, wouldn't you, or someone? I mean, just shows you the difference there. They're saying they're not that big, but you know, they look massive to me.
Far from the road.
Yeah, that I don't know. I just, this doesn't make any sense to me.
I would love if a neighbor would say, who was that woman walking through my neighborhood last night? I would love if I would have gotten caught on camera. That would have been really interesting.
That would have been very, very helpful.
Yeah.
Okay. As somebody pointed out in chat, let's just say hypothetically, and nobody's making any accusation here. Could Sebastian been put into Katie's car or truck without any sort of camera picking him up? Is that possible in the house?
So she parks in the garage, always. But I mean, she'd probably have to drive down the street with her headlights off, I would think.
Because they would have said her car left, but her car did leave at some point, I would assume, you know.
I mean, we know she drove through the high school, like she said. Right.
So, but, so there is an entrance from the garage. It's not a detached garage, right?
No,
okay. So hypothetically, again, not making any accusation, but hypothetically,
right,
you could put somebody in there.
Now, I'm just thinking, if I was, you know, if it was my son who'd gone missing, you can see why, if they were watching this, they might be getting a little bit annoyed if they're innocent, because, you know, they're on here discussing how she might have put Sebastian in a car and driven off with him. Well, that definitely would have been picked up on the CCTV or whatever, wouldn't it? I mean, you know, I'm sure the police will have looked into that. I mean, I think you can't forget that the police will have considered that as an option. Also, there's her phone data, you know, where the phone pings and things will show where she went and what she did. But you can imagine, I'm just playing devil's advocate here. I can visualize now Chris and Katie sat at home watching this, getting madder and madder and madder at the things that are being said, and no wonder when he rang up, he was a bit annoyed.
And take off somewhere at some point.
Sure. I mean,
Yeah.
I would think a camera would catch that. Maybe not if the headlights were off.
Well, but again, if she, like she said, she drove at some point, she drove by the high school or whatever.
Right. It was daylight at that point.
Daylight.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So she could have, put something in her trunk or put something in her car. And
I mean,
just
at that
pick it up.
point, I mean, within minutes, if not already, police were called
Mhm.
when she was driving through that parking lot.
So again, I just, I'm sorry, I'm trying to read chat here. Let's see. Web sleuths, hold on.
The chat was completely toxic against the Proudfoots. Really, virtually 95% of the chat was really toxic against Chris and Katie.
Can you ask, where are the clothes Sebastian wore Texas Roadhouse video? Do we know if he was wearing those clothes when he supposedly disappeared?
I don't think he was wearing those clothes. No.
Okay. But we don't know if the police have collected them or anything.
Anyway, they clear up later he was not wearing the same clothes. The law enforcement, Chris Proudfoot says later that law enforcement have those clothes that Sebastian was wearing for the Roadhouse, and Sebastian was wearing something completely different when he went missing. Nobody seems to have said about him going out the window. See, to me, that's the most obvious place that he would have gone out of. If he was going to run away, wouldn't he have gone out the window? Am I, missing something here? To me, that's what kids do, don't they? And kids do go out in the middle of the night. They do. I'm not saying that Sebastian did because I don't know, but they do. Why are they not immediately thinking that it might have gone out the window?
Right?
We don't know.
No. Okay. So let's go back to the Proudfoot house. According to Katie, he left sometime in the middle of the night, early morning, but no cameras picked him up. Do you know what the police have done inside that house to search for Sebastian?
To my knowledge, their house has been searched over a dozen times by officers. They've used heat-seeking devices, and this comes from the sheriff, to make sure he wasn't in any walls. I do not have knowledge and didn't question the sheriff at the time. I was trying to build a rapport, but about any luminol or anything like that.
Yeah, that's a big
To
question.
my knowledge,
they use luminol.
they have not done that.
Tattooed Mama said, any update on the Ken Davis post? And I don't know who Ken Davis is.
I know what she's talking about.
About having footage of KP trading Sebastian off to someone that morning. I would think if that was legit, it would be huge.
I have had tips for several weeks about people seeing Kathy Bowersock's car that morning before Sebastian was reported missing. I have not been able to validate that that's true. But
this is another big rumor that's going around, which Chris got really annoyed about, which again, I don't blame him, was that his mum's car was seen around as if Katie had given Sebastian to, that Sebastian is with Chris's mum and dad, and they went off to Alaska, didn't they, on holiday or whatever. But no, I'm just imagining Chris sat at home watching this and getting really, really madder and madder. And you would, no wonder he was really angry by the time he rang in.
the Ken Davis post is not the first time that's been brought to me.
So again, and I'm assuming you turn this over to the police, we have to have at least some faith and some assumption that the police are looking into these things and they are, doing the searches and searching the house and checking the car. Do you know anything about cadaver dogs being used at the house in the past?
I know there were scent dogs, absolutely. I know that cadaver dogs that we've brought in have not been to the house, but they've been in the area. But those are not law enforcement cadaver dogs.
Okay.
I mean, they're credentialed cadaver dogs, but they have not been on their property or in their house. And they don't take kindly to trespassing. So we would absolutely have to have permission for that.
Right. So have they hit on anything, your cadaver dogs, at all?
No.
Okay. Okay, so let's start addressing now some of the drama to get it out of the way. Let's go with the lie detector. There was a big thing made. Nancy Grace offered Chris Proudfoot to take a lie detector. He said, name the place and time. And then he said, no, I can't do it because I think he said TBI told him not to. And
Right.
then
It's completely possible, honestly.
it is. And why do you say that?
Because if he's going to take one, he should take one with the TBI.
Right.
You know? So I mean, I do believe that's probably true.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's continue on here.
Yeah, I believe that's true as well. Of course, if he's gone to the police and said, oh, Nancy Grace has offered me a lie detector, the police are going to say, well, we wouldn't recommend that, aren't they? You know, and as much as I quite like Nancy Grace, but she is still just a YouTuber at the end of the day these days. So, you know, it's all about drama again, isn't it? You know, why should he take a lie detector test with Nancy Grace? He should take a lie detector test with the police.
I want to talk about Seth for a little bit.
Okay.
And then we'll talk about Chris and Katie and about their lie detectors and all of that was going on. It was very contentious there in the press with Seth Rogers, Sebastian's bio dad, and Chris Proudfoot, Sebastian's stepfather. Well, recently, Seth and Chris talked together.
Right.
And they have decided to work together.
Right.
However, Seth came out and said that if people basically didn't like it, they could F off.
Right.
And that has been talked about quite a bit. I think I understand what Seth was doing. It was out of frustration and all of that, because there was a lot of drama between the Proudfoots and Chris and Katie and Seth, and there was lots of back and forth and accusations, and it was really ugly there in social media.
Yes.
And so
Yeah, but all the bad things have come from Seth. Chris has not been on social media saying bad things about Seth ever. Not that I've seen anyway. It's all about Seth. Seth is the one who's caused all the drama in my eyes. And the other thing is, she asked this private investigator about Seth's lie detector test that we still don't know what actually happened, that apparently he fell asleep through. And she just swerves the question. Seth is always given, you know, people always go around Seth like they don't want, you know, it's like, I don't know, he's always given a swerve. He's never given the tough questions.
I don't know. I'm assuming it was Seth that approached Chris and said, hey, let's stop this. Let's concentrate on Sebastian.
Well, actually, Chris came to the vigil before it started.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he approached Seth.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Not the most recent one that we did last night, but the one last weekend. I was not there yet, so I cannot speak on what was said.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, I know he made that statement. It
Let's talk about that.
rocked the boat quite a bit.
Yeah.
People were really mad.
A lot of people were really upset about it. Talk about that. What did he really mean?
My discussions with him, and just from knowing what kind of verbiage he uses anyways, my impression is that it was, I know that everybody has not everybody, but a lot of people have a bad opinion of the Proudfoots because of social media.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to get some backlash about this, but this is about my son. So F anybody that's going to get in my way.
Right. Right.
So,
And
I mean,
that's what I thought he was trying to say, but that's,
he's
you're right.
never told me to F off. He's never told his other private investigator to F off. He's never told his volunteers. He was not speaking to people that were helping him. I know a lot of people thought he was. That wasn't the case.
No, I always felt he was talking to the drama people
Yeah,
in social media that are causing all these problems,
right.
you know, and will come out with these ridiculous live streams saying crazy things. That's who I thought he was talking to. And the people that would give him grief for wanting to work with Chris Proudfoot.
Right.
rather
And
than
he
getting
got a lot
angry.
of grief for it.
Yeah, he did. And so that I'm glad we cleared that up, because I understand where he's coming from. I do, because it's all about Sebastian. Who cares about this other drama crap?
Right.
You know, it means nothing. And I want to say something to everybody out there. Nobody is prepared to be thrown into the spotlight, let alone during this day and age when all of a sudden you have social media and you have everybody and their dog commenting on you and what you're doing and what you say and how you look and everything, and making accusations against you that are not true.
Haven't we already listened to this bit? Oh, it's gone back to the. Sorry, it went back. Hang on.
And they're there constantly. What do we need to do? Where are we going? You know, and they're
Sorry,
doing their
it went
best,
back.
but that's not very many people. And the grand scheme of like the acreage that needs to be covered, especially
Right.
because the terrain is really hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that train is ungodly. So, okay, so you're hoping to bring them in. What's the latest?
I believe we are finishing reports and giving them private property permissions that we've gained.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a timeline on when they'll come. Obviously, they don't just say, okay, we're coming. They plan
Right.
before they get here. So, I mean, as soon as I have an update about that, I'll share it.
Okay. Jessica London wants to know, was it for sure Sebastian on the camera taking the trash out?
The sheriff's department says it is.
Mhm.
I know Seth has said that he can't 100% tell. So I guess I can't answer that.
Okay. Lorna Burrell wants to know, why does it say last seen on Monday, February 26th? Didn't KP say she last saw him Sunday at 9 p.m.? I don't know where it says last seen Monday, the 26th. I don't know where that would
I believe
be.
I've seen two different versions of the flyer
Mm-hmm.
that's been released by law enforcement. I mean, I think they're assuming he was in the home at midnight because that's when Katie went to bed.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I want to clear this up. 865 Picker said, why would Seth work with Chris and Katie if he feels they had something to do with it? Well, I don't think he is claiming that at the moment. He's putting all of that aside, correct?
Yeah. And I mean, you need to work with the person that last saw your child.
Right.
You know, he went on Peter Hyatt and it was great. I don't know if anybody watched it. Peter Hyatt is wonderful.
It is, yeah.
Katie holds the key out of everybody.
Yeah, he went on Peter Hyatt. Peter Hyatt just slagged Katie off all the way through it. Seth never said anything except at the end said it's time that Katie told the truth. That's what wound Chris up as well.
Mm-hmm. She does.
She does.
Mhm.
So you have to. I mean, you have to try to work with them, and
Yeah.
she holds all the information.
It's not going to do Seth any good to get out there.
Not all the information, but
Well,
you know,
yeah.
he holds the most information.
And if Seth got out there and started saying horrible things about him, it's not going to help find Sebastian. And he's right. And it's great that he's stepping back, that they're both stepping back to work toward finding Sebastian. Need some Z's wants to know, and I don't know if you know the answer to this, have the Proudfoots agreed to have the K-9 search their house again?
I can't confirm that.
Okay. We don't know. And again, the police, why they're not saying anything is beyond me. Yes, Bonnie's Journeys. Chris and Katie and Seth are now communicating, correct? They're still
Yeah.
communicating.
Mhm.
So a lot of people are asking, you're saying that's low on your list. The theory is low on your list. What's high on your list of theories?
Honestly, the only two theories I have are Sebastian walked out of the house. And I don't mean,
Mhm.
like I said, I mean, I think there was an altercation. I think there's some information that hasn't been shared. If that's the case, I don't think he just snuck out in the middle of the night to run away. It
So this private investigator now is again casting aspersions. She's saying, I think there was an altercation. I don't think Sebastian just walked out the house, which may well be. Listen, I don't know what happened. That may well be what's happened. But I don't think it's the job of the private investigator to come on a YouTube channel and start saying things like that with absolutely no reason to say it, except what is she saying that for? She's not very principled in my eyes. A private investigator, I know they're not like the police, but they still are supposed to be discreet, surely. Not go on a YouTube channel and say, oh yeah, there was an altercation. She is fueling speculation, and I think that this is what bugs me about Seth and the people surrounding him. They're fueling speculation all the time.
didn't seem very planned.
No.
And if that's the case, I do believe he is very close to home still.
Right.
Statistically, I mean, I think I talked to you about this before we went on.
Mhm.
Kaylana Turner, who was missing for over 400 days outside of Houston. I mean, they had massive searches. Texas EquiSearch came in several times. She was found on the same road she went missing from.
Isn't that amazing? And that road had been
Yeah.
searched and searched, right?
Oh, yeah. And I mean, it's assumed that she was deceased pretty much that whole time. And there's no foul
Right.
play involved. So, I mean, I understand. And I've gotten these comments. Why are you still searching here? Why are you still in Hendersonville? He's not in
Mhm.
Hendersonville. You do not know that.
Nobody knows that. Nobody knows where he is, or he wouldn't be missing.
No. And I mean, law.
Well, that's the first thing that woman said. Nobody knows where he is, otherwise he won't be missing. That's true. But this is just a bit of a gossip fest, really, isn't it? With this private investigator. She's just really gossiping. I mean, it's interesting, that story she just told about whoever that was. I don't know that case. That's encouraging that somebody can be found after 400 days and they're still alive. And they're found he could be just up the road in someone's house. Someone could be hiding him. That's a bit like Shannon Matthews. Remember Shannon Matthews? It could be a Shannon Matthews type scenario. So that's what we're holding out hope for.
Enforcement has, obviously had massive searches, but things get missed.
Yeah. And in fact, Stacy, tell us the story about the girl in England, because that's a great example of things getting missed.
So yes, in England there was a young girl named Tia Sharp, a young teenager who she was at her
Oh gosh, so we're going to talk about Tia Sharp now. So are they saying that Katie and Chris have got her tucked in the attic?
staying at her grandma and her step grandpa's house. And so one day, the grandpa said that she had taken off to go down shopping to get some new shoes, some flip-flops.
Mhm.
And then, grandma came home, Tia didn't come home, so they called and reported her missing. And there was absolutely no sightings of her at all. Nobody saw her anywhere. And so finally, the police, like I said, searched it many times, and they went back and did a forensic search. Eventually,
Yeah, they searched it many times. They searched it twice and they found her on the third time. So she's giving misinformation here. Tia Sharp wasn't searched 12 times, like the Proudfoot's house has been searched 12 times, apparently. Tia Sharp's house was not searched many times. It was searched 3 times, and on the third time, Tia was found. So what is this? Is this are they private investigators, or are they just gossiping?
and they found Tia wrapped up, stuffed up in the attic, what we'd call an attic.
Right.
And she was deceased.
And
So,
she'd been there the whole time, and they'd search
Yes.
the house and search the house. It's so
Yep.
frustrating. So that can happen. Melissa Hart wants to know, have they checked the drains at the construction site?
I mean, to my knowledge, they have.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Cheryl Reed wants to know, is it true that living room lights flickered and a neighbor saw a silhouette around 3 a.m.? Have you heard that?
I do not know. I know that he's seen turning the lights on in his bedroom after he takes the trash out, and maybe once again, but I don't think it was 3 a.m. It was earlier in the night.
I'm getting a lot of questions in chat. What's your second theory? Yes, you know.
Foul play. I mean,
Of some sort.
yeah.
Of some sort. Okay, let's see. We've kept.
Oh, so her theory is foul play as well. So she's not even just saying, oh, everything's on the table. Even Seth is only saying that everything's on the table. She thinks it's foul play. Now, it may be foul play. Of course it may be. But, you know, I don't like this girl at all because, and maybe she was doing it deliberately to antagonize Chris and get him on, and maybe it did work. But, you know, it's not very professional as far as I'm concerned.
Kept you here an hour. We're not going to keep you much longer than 4 or 5 hours. So just
We can
hang
talk
on.
for a long time, but I'd probably end up getting in trouble. So,
No, we understand. And again, we really appreciate you. And Heather, thank you, Heather, for coming to chat. We appreciate it. There are a lot of people commenting about what I'm thinking. And that is Chris Proudfoot seems to, in my opinion, control Katie. I don't know if you even want to comment on that, and maybe it's unfair for me to ask. Do you have any comments on how the Proudfoots have presented themselves?
I understand that.
Well, I'm not surprised he was angry because I'm angry, and it's not even anything to do with me. I'm angry with this girl. So whether she's doing it on purpose or not, or whether she just is a bit of a prat, not surprised that Chris was angry when he finally did phone up.
No, I don't really want to comment on it.
Okay,
honestly,
that's fine.
Only because I feel like we're maybe getting to a place that we can refocus finally again and lay
Right. You don't want to comment.
down, and so I don't want to stir anything up.
yeah.
I understand. I
To
understand.
focus on finding Sebastian, and that's what's
Yeah.
important. Yeah.
Exactly. I'm just a trashy person. I go in. For
No,
the
you're
trash.
good. I mean, you're good.
Tracy Witt wants to know, did the police check the roof of the school? I've got to assume they did, you know?
I mean, I would assume they did. You can see the roof of the school if you're in the parking lot, but
Right, right.
Yeah.
And I want to put this comment up here. It was really good if I can find it, about how everything just needs to be recanvassed. Everything. Here it is,
Yeah.
Daisy Rose. And don't you agree with this?
Yeah,
Chloe?
I mean, and
Yes.
that's what
Yep.
we've been trying to do.
That's what,
Right.
she's been doing.
But it takes time because
Oh God,
law
you
enforcement
think something
releases
that
this
girl.
massive search, and they don't have to ask permission to go anywhere.
Right.
You know,
Exactly.
I, as a private investigator, can still get trespassed. So I have to have consent to be on people's properties. Also, there's a lot of guns in Tennessee.
A lot of people
So I'm
with
just
you.
not, you know,
I know.
so it takes a little bit longer sometimes.
You've got to be careful.
Yeah.
I want to rephrase this question. Do you think Ellie is protecting somebody, and that's why they're not telling you information? I'm trying to figure out why they're not.
They are not silent.
Hmm.
Right.
They are telling us things.
But there's a lot they're not telling you that you would think they normally would.
Yeah, there's a lot they are telling us, though.
Yes.
I don't think they're protecting.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good to know. Hold on. Did you ever get permission from the federal property that everyone was kicked off of the beginning? Did you ever get permission to go on that property? Do you know what they're talking
I
about?
was not on that property.
Okay. Do you want to go back there? Are you trying to go back there?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. SP Mama, this is a great question. Do you know of any other, I just lost it, missing 401 cases in the area?
Oh man, missing in Sumner in that county.
Yes.
I mean, in Middle Tennessee, it's a lot.
Yeah. I mean,
We have
in
a problem
Tennessee,
here. I'm not really sure what's going on, but I'm exhausted.
well, and Tennessee is Summer Wells. I mean, that's the state, but that's Summer Wells. Let's see. Justice Lovey says, whomever did this is very comfortable. He won't be found, but just to be safe, wouldn't the person maybe hide him nearby so they can continue to be relaxed? I'm sure you've thought of those types of
Thought of
theories.
everything.
Yeah.
No, I haven't thought of everything, or I would have found him. But
Yeah, she's thought of everything. God, she thinks she's something, doesn't she? I'm going off her by the minute, I'm afraid. I don't like her. Sorry, Chloe. Sure, maybe you don't like me, but I don't like you.
trust me, I'm not tunnel visioned here.
No, we understand that.
We know everything.
Let's see here. Hold on one second. I want to get some of these questions here that haven't been asked. This is a good one. Curious Cat. There were some threats. There's some crazy stuff happening. Did they ever find out who was behind them?
I don't know if that's actually true.
Okay.
Honestly, I've never been threatened.
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
Right.
That's very good. Well, and plus the drama people are gone.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I heard about threats. I never got any proof of the threats. Sumner County even came out and said they had no
Really? Now that's interesting.
police reports from certain organizations.
Really? Okay. Now that
They
is.
came back and said it was Davidson County that they reported to, which doesn't make really any sense to me, but because I feel like the threats were probably in Sumner County. So I have not received any threats. I have not been followed. Many of my searchers have not been threatened or followed.
So that could just be.
I don't think Heather's been threatened or followed. I mean, people are nasty on the internet, but I don't.
Yeah, in other words, why don't you just say it's all a load of crap, all the talk about the threats and the this, that, and the other for you? But Chris Proudfoot and Katie, they have been sent death threats because of all the crap that's been talked about them. So, oh God, this woman's really winding me up. You're not doing Seth any favors in my eyes, because I'm now starting to feel more sorry for the Proudfoots and even more annoyed about Seth.
Consider that like a safety issue.
So that could be a bit of malarkey then.
A little bit of malarkey. Yeah, I like that word.
Very interesting, because I heard somebody talking about it, and it was somebody that I thought was legitimately saying what happened to them. But if there's no police reports, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I can't say with 100% certainty that people haven't been threatened. I have not found any evidence of it, and haven't had time to focus on that. If you don't feel comfortable searching, don't.
Yeah. Now, has Seth ever said he's been followed before?
He has.
Okay. And what about Chris's parents, Chris Proudfoot's parents? A lot of people are very kind of upset that they went to Alaska.
It's bizarre.
Have you or do you know if the police have looked into why they all of a sudden went to Alaska?
I don't know that police have looked into that. I know that tips have been passed on to Sumner County and TBI. Not necessarily about them leaving,
Right.
but hopefully that is all being vetted in some way.
Well, she's not a very good private investigator if she hasn't even found out yet why they went to Alaska. It wasn't a holiday that they already had planned. How has she not found that out already?
Somebody asked a question about, was it prescriptions? I missed it. And then somebody said, oh, that's a great question. I'm like, what was it?
I didn't see it.
It was, if somebody could repeat that, please, because I meant to catch it, and chat was going so fast.
Is it this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
To see if any prescriptions
I
for
don't know that
Sebastian.
he's checked to make sure prescriptions haven't been filled in other states. I would assume since Sebastian is an Amber Alert, that pharmacies would be flagged.
Right.
Right.
In my
That's good
experience.
to know.
Yeah.
That's good to know. Now, Donna D wants to know any news on the sexual offender that was searching, and could he have been moved from the pond? So two questions there. Was there a sexual offender searching? I hadn't heard that. Sex offender, I should say. I have not heard that. Okay. And do you think he could have been moved from the pond?
When
That's true. People would have been watching and seeing. Now we're going to put up your email address. In fact, what is your email address? And I'll type it in right now.
help@reuniteresearch.org.
L, like as in lady.
No, help.
Oh, help. Sorry.
Mhm.
HELP.
Yeah.
At
in the chat too.
Okay.
Reunite Research.
Reunite Research. Okay.
.org.
.org. And I'll make sure I spelled that right here. So help@reuniteresearch.org, and we'll put that in the description as well. Yes, if you have anything, please, report to the police. If you're more comfortable talking to Chloe or Heather, absolutely.
Yep.
So, absolutely. Let's see here. Who's on camera? So nothing to fear. I'm just going through here really quickly. Do you know if any dogs have been inside Chris's RV?
I don't know.
Okay. Have the Bowersox spoken with you at all?
No.
Okay. Have you tried to contact them?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see here. Do you know if the cemetery was searched?
If they're referring to the one
That does
their
Chris
house and the construction site, yes.
Does Chris's family own a funeral home?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Let's see. Kim Rice says, regarding items for scent dogs, do Ellie go in and select items, or do they ask missing kids' parents to choose and hand them the items? What scent items did they have for Sebastian's?
I think typically they try to use something they were most recently wearing.
Yeah.
Oh, Keiki says that the grandparents went to Alaska and Puerto Rico. I just think that's
They
weird.
did. They went to Alaska, I believe 4 days after Sebastian went missing. They were gone about a month.
Mhm.
And then I can't remember when they came back, and JLR chased them around. And then they went to Puerto Rico at some point.
Yeah, it's terrible.
It is terrible. Now, this is a good question. You've inspired Ladybug Lady to become a private investigator. How does one become a private investigator?
It depends
It's a
on what
lot.
state you're in.
Yeah.
Or what state you want to be licensed in. So
Yeah, I do know you have to work with a private investigator and do
I'm just
so many
gonna fast
hours
forward
and
a
take
little bit.
classes and things. His phone number, Chloe, can you send him mine if you'd rather call?
Oh, here he's coming on
yeah,
now, I
just
think.
stand by for just a second. Let me make sure this is even real.
Okay. No, I know. I get all excited. Somebody comes on with a sock puppet. That'd be my luck. So.
Right.
Oh my gosh, that happened to us before, remember?
Oh, it has. I know.
Yeah, it did. It was the weirdest thing ever.
Yeah. Came on with a sock puppet.
Hold on.
And then somebody else came on and accused me of trying to take down her man or some crap like that. Remember that? We've had some weird ones.
Weird
Yeah.
things. Yeah.
Heather Combs and everybody, if you could read some comments in chat, I need to go let my cat in because, the animals rule this house. So I'll be right back.
Right. I know everybody.
To our guests. Okay, so who do we have here? Who do we have here? I've put you on the platform.
You have me, Chris.
Hi, Chris Proudfoot.
Hello.
I really appreciate you coming here.
Yeah, now, this is where Chris comes on, of course, and he's annoyed, he's angry. Because if you would have seen the chat as well and the horrible things everyone was saying in the chat, and the lady who's interviewing she is a good interviewer and she handled this whole thing well. But she was down on Chris as well, and she allowed all that nasty chat and everything, which really, I mean, it was really, really bad. Anyway, here he is now, so we'll get it straight from the horse's mouth, which is always better, to be honest.
I'm going to change the banner really quickly so everybody knows it's you. But I don't know how long you've been listening.
Long enough.
Okay, you sound angry. Talk to me.
Oh,
What?
I'm very.
Talk to me. We don't want to.
Long enough. Well, of course he's angry. Of course he's angry. Honestly, I think I'm in a parallel universe again here. How could people think he wasn't angry? How would you feel? How would you feel if it was you? That's just what you've got put through in your head. How would you feel?
Get you. And the last thing we want to do, Chris, is cause problems between you and Seth. I swear to God.
Well,
So
I understand that, but let me help you with something.
Okay.
Okay, a lot of the information that I've been listening to on your show, coming from Chloe, the questions that are coming through people, it's very sickening and disgusting, to be personally honest with you.
Okay. Let's talk about it.
So let me go ahead and address a few things to help y'all out.
Okay.
Because Chloe, you're the PI.
Chloe doesn't give a shit. Look at Chloe's face. She doesn't give a shit because Chloe decided it's foul play. You know, she's already said she thought it was foul play. I personally, if I was him, I wouldn't even entertain her at all because she's already said she thinks it's foul play. She just doesn't give a shit. She's getting paid by Seth. That's all she cares about. She's getting paid. She's not really bothered about the other parents. At the end of the day, they're still Sebastian's parents, all of them. So until anything's proved otherwise, but look, she don't give a shit. She's got her resting bitch face on.
Haven't had a chance to talk to you. You haven't even called me. You ain't done anything. First off,
Heather has
Heather
been in
is
communication.
the only one. Heather is the only one who has reached out to me or to my wife.
I
So for you to
actually
sit
reached
on
out
this
to
show
you
and sit here
month
and
or
give
so ago.
information that you have, that you don't have all the answers to, is a problem.
Okay. Well, Chris, help us understand, because I know.
Chloe, see, she's all, you know, calm. Of course she's calm. It's not her son who's gone missing, you know, or her stepson who's gone missing. She look at her face. That is a true resting bitch face if I ever saw one.
Chloe, and Chloe wants to help, and the last thing Chloe would do is want to put out misinformation. And the problem is,
I understand that. So let me just smash something real quick.
Okay.
Okay, first and foremost, anything that goes on between me and my wife is not a damn bit of anybody's personal business. I don't care what you think. I don't care what y'all got to say. That'd be like me splashing all your business out to the world.
So I agree with Chris. You know, maybe he's angry when he's ring. Maybe does talk to women, but I personally don't see it. But I agree with him for being angry. He's been sat and listened to all that, and he's like boiling over. And I would be boiling over as well, to be honest.
Okay.
It does not matter what goes on in my house. We're looking for my son. That's real simple.
Your stepson, right?
It doesn't matter. Stepson, my son. All the.
Yeah, how dare she say that? Just, you know, this is the other thing. He can't win really, because if he didn't refer to him as his son, it'd be like, oh, he never don't think of him as his son, and then he refers to him as his son. It's like, oh, it's not his son, it's his stepson. I honestly do think whatever it could be in the future, it turns out he's done something terrible, or she's done something terrible, and that's fine. But as things stand at the moment, nobody's done anything terrible, and the way they're talking to these people, it's just like, it's horrible. I think it's horrible. I do.
Kids are treated as if they're your own. There is no title, a stepson, a son. It does not matter. That boy is loved by me just like he is my own. Just like he's my own.
Okay, Chris, may I ask you something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I've been doing this for a long time, and let me tell you why people are asking personal questions about you and your wife. Okay, it's because of the situation in which Sebastian has gone missing. And they're wondering if whatever happened between you and your wife, does it have something to do with Sebastian going missing? I swear to you, it's not to be nosy. It's not to be rude. It's just trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian. And
Okay, so let me make this even crystal clear for you.
okay,
And everybody out there that's got all these negativity, disgusting comments and questions that y'all think you know anything about, when honestly you don't know a damn thing. And that's the problem. You assume, you speculate, all this crap. You have no idea what me, my family, my wife, everybody involved is going through, to include Seth, his mom, and everybody else.
okay.
Because it's the vile, disgusting crap that comes out of people's mouth. Yes, I'm a very pissed off stepfather to this whole situation.
Okay, and I understand, and I hear what you're saying. But again,
So let me help y'all with something. 'Cause
okay,
y'all said some shit that's really, y'all have no, it's really none of your damn business. But since you brought it up, I'm clear.
okay.
My parents didn't go to Alaska 2 days after he went missing.
I don't think
Why my
anybody said
parents
that.
went to Alaska was
That is
because
not-
my stepfather went for work.
Okay, nobody said they went 2 days after he went missing.
Oh no,
They
it's
said,
out there. Trust me, because I have
Okay, I
terabytes.
did not say that.
nobody
didn't say
said that
you.
here.
I
Okay,
said people.
okay,
Now I have terabytes of videos of Seth on here saying some vile stuff. I've got videos of everybody and their comments out here.
but
Trust me, what I'm bringing to you is not that I'm just pulling stuff out of the air.
I understand. No, and Chris, I'm glad you cleared that up. That's a
So,
good.
and by the way, they didn't go for a month.
Okay,
They went for 2 weeks. My stepdad went on business. My mom went with him, but it's really nobody's business.
well, but Chris, let me, and please understand. I swear to God, I'm coming from a place of understanding because I've been doing this for years. Okay, here's the thing: when you ask the public for help, they're going to look at everything and try and figure out what happened to Sebastian. And let me tell, from an outsider looking in, it's okay. His parents left town shortly after. Was there a reason? Did they take Sebastian with him? It is speculation that I am sorry it's hurtful to you, and I understand it. And that's why it's important that you clear it up. Just clear it up. Nobody's trying to be hurtful or mean. I promise you, we've all been asked to help find Sebastian. And this is what we do. We try and think outside the box. We try and ask questions and think outside the box and figure out what has gone on.
But
It is
your
not
problem with
meant.
thinking outside of the box
Mhm.
does nothing but cause speculation. And it causes people to call in tips that don't mean anything, that you're taking sources away from the investigation because Joe Schmo down the street thinks that my family owns a cemetery. We own a funeral home. Like, where in the hell do you get up with this stuff? And not
Okay.
you. I'm saying the public.
And so that, Chris, that's why it is great that you're here, because we want to clear this up and help you get it out. And I'm going to tell you something, Chris, when it comes to the general public, they're always going to be calling in crazy tips and doing crappy things. And all we can do is say, that's not us. We are not doing that.
Well,
It doesn't
and I
matter,
do, I
though.
did want to
That
clear
does
it up.
not
Chris.
matter.
I
Doesn't
did want
matter
to clear it
one
up,
iota.
Chris. I
Chris?
did reach out to you on March 17th, publicly and privately. You responded to me publicly. You asked me to ask my question publicly. I did. You didn't respond. I reached out to you privately again. So I have reached out to you.
Where in the public? Where?
I reached out to you on Facebook. I reached out to you on Facebook Messenger privately. You've never read my message.
Well, don't take this the wrong way, but a lot of the bullshit that I get in Facebook.
No, that's fine. That's
Yeah, I know. Should have sent him a message on Facebook, and you get him in those hidden messages. You know, he probably don't even bother reading his messages because he knows it's just going to be a load of people saying really nasty things to him. He doesn't get loads of messages of support like Seth gets. Honest to God, I think if you listen to Chris and try and put his anger aside and understand his anger, I think he's spot on what he's saying. I actually do. And that's the impression I get. I don't get a bad impression at all, to be honest.
Fine.
not,
I just want to make
Yeah.
it clear that
can I explain to you?
yeah.
You send me messages along with thousands of other people.
I understand that. And that's why I took it public. And you did respond to me and ask me to ask my question publicly because you wanted whatever answer you were going to give to be public to clear it up.
What was the question that you asked me? Since I neglected your question.
And
what
that's not
was
what
your
I'm
question?
saying. That's not what I'm saying. I want to make it clear that I haven't not tried to reach out to you.
Oh, sure.
And Chris,
Sure.
I know you're mad. God, I can feel it. I can hear it, and I understand it. You've got to believe me when I tell you this.
The cat is hilarious. I mean, it all just goes crazy, doesn't it? I mean, it's not funny because it's a serious subject, but you just can't help but laugh. The cat's just like, oh, forget all this. I just want to go out. She's still got a resting bitch face on, and she's just anyway.
Please, if you can dial it back a bit and get us some of these answers and let us help you clear up this bull so it doesn't interfere anymore. And like I said, you're always going to have crazy people interfering and coming up with rumors, and it's so maddening and frustrating, and I hate it. It pisses me off more than anything, and anybody that knows me knows
It
that.
pisses you off? You're not in our shoes.
I know.
You haven't been in our shoes.
Well, exactly. She says it pisses her off, but she was encouraging it and all the bad things. Now she's trying to placate him a bit. But nobody knows how it feels for them. We have to remember that they've not been charged, but they may be charged one day, or something might come out, and then this little she'll be right maybe one day, but she's not right at the moment what she's doing. I think Chris comes over quite genuine. Yeah, he's angry, but you know what? Honestly, I would be fuming. I would be incandescent, and probably everyone would think I'd done something.
Okay, well, you don't know that, but I haven't been in your shoes and missing a child, no. But believe me, I can understand what you're going through, and what I'm saying is we can help you, Chris. We can help you, all right? Anybody here in this chat that asked about a cemetery, it's because somebody else brought it up. Just tell us.
Exactly. And my question comes back to, where do these people come up with this crazy crap?
That's $1 million question. I don't know.
Yeah, online.
Let's clear it up. Let's clear it up for you. Let us help you.
You're saying, I believe, Chloe, you're saying online. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm sorry, I said that. There's a lot of
Stacy. Yeah.
crazy people online, and just to let you know, I understand you get a lot of messages. I reached out to you when Sebastian first went missing too, to see if we could help in any way. Oh.
Yeah, but Chris, I understand your anger, but I'm telling you, please let us help you, okay? We're not here to point fingers at you or whatever, but the problem is, and this is what we were talking about earlier, Chris, when the public is asked to help and then no information is provided, then people, because of social media, and social media is here to stay, unfortunately, this never used to be a problem, never, until social media, and it's terrible. I will be the first one to admit it's terrible, but let us help you clear it up, okay? So you don't own a cemetery and you don't own a funeral home. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, everybody stop with that bullshit. All right.
Here, let me add this to the thing. We don't own a private plane. We don't own 78 pieces of property. We don't own a private yacht. What else do you guys want to come up saying that we own? Like we're millionaires or something, like we've got this money growing off trees, which, by the way, it'd be great if we did, because I guarantee we wouldn't need anybody's help because he'd have been home by now.
Right. No, I understand. No, I completely understand. Okay. But understand, when the public is asked to help, with social media, this is what social media does. And it can be your
Worst nightmare.
or your best friend.
Yes.
And let us help it. And I can give you examples. I can have you talk to people that have said, yes, the people at Web Sleuths, they've helped us. They've been great. Okay.
Yes.
But hey guys, I understand why Chris is angry, because it's coming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Horrible crap about him. Okay. And his family. I get the anger. So we're going to help you. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to let my cat out before she drives everybody crazy. So I apologize. So hang on. Chloe, is there anything you'd like to say while I let my cat out before she drives me nuts?
She's finally going to let the cat out, because let the cat out of the bag. Let the cat out of the bag. So thank you. Eddie's gifted a membership, which Simon won, and Eddie has also joined. So thank you so much, Eddie. Thursday night is special members live, and we will welcome you to the family on Thursday night properly. Welcome you to the crazy train. But thanks as well for gifting the membership, which Simon got. And hi, Laurie. He may well be. He may well be.
I will ask the question. I'll actually read you the message I sent you. So this was March 17th. Good afternoon, Chris. I wrote this in a chat you're involved with, but I'm worried it may be lost because there's so much chatter. First, let me say I'm a Tennessee private investigator and have been praying and actively bringing awareness to Sebastian from day one. His case is near and dear to my heart. I had a question. I know Sebastian went to his dad's every other weekend or so. Did you come home on those weekends? Not a specific date, but just in general. Or did Katie come and stay with you? Are you often gone during the week? Just curious about Sebastian's day-to-day dynamic with his parents. And then I messaged you again after I posted that question publicly. You asked me to post it publicly, and I did, and then I wasn't answered. And I said, hey, Chris, just messaging again. So it'll be at the top. I know you said you get a ton of messages.
So, and again, we understand that you get a ton of messages. We absolutely understand that. Is there somebody else in our chat room? I can't see it.
Heather.
Heather, do you want to come up? I guess she does.
I'm here.
Oh, she is? Okay. Oh, hi, Heather. I didn't see you there.
Hi.
Okay.
There was a lot of talk. I didn't really have a chance to say hello.
And this Heather is the other private investigator.
Yeah, I know who Heather is.
Okay. Heather, would you like to say anything?
Well, so I spoke with them earlier today, and obviously, as you know, Mr. Proudfoot did message me and ask for a number so he could come in, and I think that it is past due. I think that it's a good thing for Mr. Proudfoot to address some of the allegations that are being made. I would like to have the opportunity, like I said to him earlier today, it's good for us, Chloe and I, to have access to them, to be able to, when we get this information, instead of having to go around them to other sources to try to get the answers to those questions, to actually be able to come to him for those answers and try to clear them up directly. So I'm glad he's here. I really am. Even though he's
angry, I am too. I'm thrilled. I'm absolutely thrilled.
I'm glad he's here, and I've spoken to him before, and he's been very upset with me before. But once he calms down, I think maybe we can get somewhere. Maybe we can get somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's address something real quick with your viewers who say I'm drunk and belligerent. No, I'm just a pissed off dad. So let's get that real clear.
Hey, everybody, mods.
So if you want to keep your comments and that's how your audience wants to play this game, then no, I'm not going to clear up anything or turn the chat off. If you want to clear this up, let's get it right. And let's take all the stupid people out of this equation and answer the deals.
Okay, Chris, hang on. Mods, if anybody says anything rude about any of our guests, I want you to ban them, kick them out. Okay.
It's like this. If you ain't got nothing factual about me to say, keep your mouth shut.
Well, okay, but Chris, they don't know if it's factual.
Exactly. Okay. So that's the best recommendation I can give them.
Well, but they want to ask questions, and let me tell you why.
Questions are one thing, not a statement where I'm belligerent and I'm drunk, because guess what, folks? I could read the comments that you post.
I know. And I'm telling everybody, if anybody says anything rude, they're booted from chat. Mods, if you could boot them. Stacy, could you get Ping over here to help us? Anybody?
And the other part of this is
Oh,
if it's
I got it.
nothing in regards to Sebastian, I really don't give a shit, people.
No, and I agree, Chris. And I mean, I don't know if you heard, I didn't want to discuss.
Oh, I asked a lot of questions and she wouldn't discuss it.
because
Absolutely.
I think it's semantics at this point. He's been missing for 2 months, and I don't know how his bathroom habits are going to help me find him.
Exactly. Mind you that children with autism do have bladder and bowel movement issues to control themselves. But
Absolutely.
I'm not really worried that people can't read and do their own
Well, but Chris,
and
let me
read stuff.
tell you,
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and care about that either.
let me tell you why that was brought up. Okay, it's because of what Seth said. Seth said at his house he didn't need
Yes,
it.
you are correct. No,
And so-
you are correct. You just hit the nail on the head.
Mhm.
You just hit the nail on the head. Seth has opened his mouth. He has said a lot of things he probably shouldn't. And he needs to learn how to close it because, quite honestly, none of that has anything to do with finding Sebastian.
Right. And you know what? But Chris, let's keep it that way, because Seth has said he is not going to do that anymore, and he hasn't.
Bullshit. Let me explain to you why. That Sunday when I went to that vigil and spoke to Seth very calmly, very respectfully, we were having a good conversation. While everybody stood behind me and would snap them little pictures and stuff, Heather came up in the conversation. She saw us. It was not a aggressive conversation. It was actually a good one.
Mm-hmm.
But see, it wasn't 3 hours later. Seth was on YouTube on.
Joe, I do think he makes a valid point here. You know, they were supposed to have buried the hatchet at that vigil, and less than 3 hours later, Seth was slagging Katie off again. And, you know, Seth just talk about get out of jail free. Seth appears on YouTube. He appears drunk most of the time to me or something. And then he falls asleep during his lie detector. Nobody makes a big fuss about it. He then says, oh, well, if you don't like the fact that we're all going to act together, you can F off. Everybody still feels sorry for him. And, you know, but whatever Chris does, everybody hates him.
Somebody else's show, sitting there, he's blaming Katie, my wife, for Sebastian's disappearance.
Mm-hmm.
Now, unless you got cold hard facts, which you don't open your mouth. Because all you're doing is making an ass out of yourself because you're assuming.
Say that everybody is grieving and handling this situation differently. I won't comment on if I agree with any of the ways that people are acting at this point. I do think, you know, in the last week, we've been trying to build a bridge. And I know it's difficult and it's not going to be just clean and perfect. But I think if we can all just refocus and try to not focus on the other things people have done that make you angry.
So here, let me explain to y'all something that y'all don't get a chance to see, because unfortunately we're meeting on a very bad circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but Seth can contest to this. So Seth comes to Tennessee. He gets his job in the security force. He wants to be law enforcement. He has had a dream of being law enforcement since I have known him.
Okay.
There was a chance for something that came up, and I called him and said, look, I think you should apply for this. I think you'd be great at it, which is the job he currently has.
Okay.
Now, he gets accepted. He's excited. He calls me and says, thank you, man. I really appreciate you helping me that. I have been a supporter and a cheerleader for him this whole time.
Okay.
But y'all don't get to see that. And Seth's not going to tell you that. During the middle of the training, Seth decided one day he wants to call me, tell me he doesn't think he's going to complete it. But I told him, I said, look, You're going to sit there and you're going to go back in there and you're going to complete this training because your son thinks you hang the moon and the sun. So you need to go in there and prove to your son that dreams and goals can be met.
Mhm.
I have
Right.
been very, very supportive of him trying to do these things. I have told him on Sunday, I supported him then, I would support him now. But I will not stand by and watch somebody be straight up disrespectful and accuse people and say things that have absolutely no bearing. Absolutely nothing.
Okay. Well, again, I just, if I could just
Yeah,
step in.
I mean, Chris, I would love for us to refocus and talk about I mean, not necessarily the investigation that we can't talk about, but you know, what you know has been done, what you understand about dog tracks, what you understand about the circumstances. You know, I mean, we could go on and on all night, and I know we have a lot of really big feelings that are valid. But I think Heather would agree. We would just really love to redirect this back to Sebastian, because the anger doesn't solve anything.
It's not truly all anger, it's disappointment.
No, and I'm
to be
not
honest with
saying
you.
that. And I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying at this point it's just
not helping find Sebastian.
yeah, and it's like an energy vampire, you know,
Right.
and we're all tired. And I mean, I can't imagine how tired you are. I know how tired I am. So I would love to redirect back to what you know and what you think.
And then I have some.
It's funny, isn't it? Because yeah, they're all tired. Of course, they're all tired, and it's frustrating, isn't it, for all of them? But why are they all pulling different ways? You know, instead of pulling together, they're all pulling different ways. And yeah, like some have said in the chat, Sebastian's sort of. It's not about, you know, about one saying one thing, one saying another thing. They should anyway. I do think in a bit when Seth comes on, there's a bit of positivity. I think they do have a little chat together, and they shouldn't probably be doing it publicly in one way. But it seems like they're not. It's just not happening otherwise. Maybe this is the only way that little conversation would have happened. Maybe this interview will make a bit of a difference. Maybe they will work together a bit more. Do you think it's because they're all just totally pissed off, tired, frustrated? There's nothing. This thing is, Sebastian did not just disappear. He did not just disappear. He's got to be somewhere. You know, he wasn't beamed up onto another planet or onto the Starship Enterprise. He is somewhere. Where is he?
Questions that I hope you can answer that will help clear things up.
I'll answer questions unless it's something I have been told by law enforcement that I cannot answer. I've said that
Understood.
from day one, and I'm telling you now, it has not changed. So ask your questions.
Did you pass the polygraph?
Yes, I sure did, with flying colors.
And it was TBI that gave it to you?
Yes, TBI gave it to me along with another agency.
Okay.
No,
Very
that
good.
was kept quiet because it's nobody. We kept it all quiet.
Well, no, I mean, I think it's great that you're telling us now.
Right. And, you know, Seth knew about it the day on that Tuesday when I took
Mhm.
it, passed it. They called and told him that I passed it.
And okay, well, maybe he was told he couldn't say anything.
No, he was told he could say something. They told him so he would try to keep his rhetoric down. That's why they told him. And I have the text message where they asked me if they could tell him. And I said, I have listened to y'all from the beginning. I'm listening to you now. So please do what you feel is best.
Okay, so you passed the polygraph with flying colors. Let me ask you this. People in chat are asking, did you tear down any posters of Sebastian, you or anyone you know?
That is a straight up no, and I can't believe people would think I would tear down flyers or posters of my missing stepson.
Okay, but
Which,
again,
another thing
And
which
I
is kind
will.
of funny that you bring this up, because some people, and yes, they are pertinent to the investigation, have said that there's a video floating around of me tearing these things down.
mhm.
If you got it, post it. Because
Oh, I
if you
agree.
ain't got it, shut up.
And I mean, I'll say on record from myself, I have never seen that.
And
Exactly.
I also want to
Because
say,
it doesn't exist.
I'm sure it doesn't.
and I want to say on record that in my conversation earlier with Chris and Katie, Katie said she had one request of me, and that was that when I do these interviews, that I, at some point in the interview, remind people to hand out the flyers and put them up everywhere.
Please, all we're begging. I don't know how to beg you even more. I don't know what it's going to take for America, the world, whoever to understand. We are begging you to hang posters, talk to whomever, spread the words, keep your eyes open. And when you find something, don't wait 2 weeks to make a report. Because let me tell you something, that's what's been going on. Some of the leads that are coming in are 2 and 3 weeks old.
Why do you
Instead
think
of when
that
you
is?
see something, you pick up the phone immediately and
Right.
you call the cops.
Yeah.
Don't call your best friend and
Right.
say, hey, I think I've seen this kid. Don't call these investigators. No offense, Chloe and Heather. You don't call them first. You don't call Seth. You don't call anybody but law enforcement only, and make your report
And
immediately.
I will say, we've received tips that maybe haven't been called into law enforcement, but we call them in. And we also received tips that have been called into law enforcement, but the person that called the tip in didn't get any feedback when they were told they were going to be called back. And so they were worried that maybe it didn't get looked into enough. So I don't want you to think
for the record,
passing
right.
tips
So
to law
for the record, I think what folks need to understand, because no, y'all don't have all the information that Katie and I, and some of the information that Seth has. You don't. And I understand that. And I'm sorry that we can't give you every single thing under the sun. I wished we truly could. But unfortunately we can't.
Right.
But when you do make a report and you give them a name and a number, you tell them the location, you tell them a very
I wonder what that information is. He said that quite often, that they've got things that they cannot say. And remember that the law enforcement is working with Katie and Chris, but not working with Seth. And I think that might be because they think they're worried Seth might, Seth has been indiscreet in the things he's said. When Chris calms down and I listen to him, I think he's quite sensible things that he says, but he's got an anger problem. You can see that because he gets angry very quickly, doesn't he? And he gets angry and he sort of heats up and then he calms down. And but if you listen to what he's actually saying, it sort of does make sense, I think. But it's the anger thing. But is that his personality, or is he just pissed off? I mean, well, he said he was pissed. He said, I'm pissed. I'm a man who's pissed. Now, in England, piss means something else. Piss means you've had too much to drink. He doesn't mean that. He means angry. He means angry. But he's got he has got anger issues. You can see that. Oh, dear me. I mean, everybody's got their views on this and about Chris, about Seth. Some are pro Chris, some are pro Seth, some are in the middle. I'm not pro anyone. I just want to know what happened to Sebastian. He did not just vanish into thin air. That's for sure.
detailed description and everything. You don't expect to get a call back from law enforcement, period. Don't.
Mhm.
Because I'm sorry, but they don't have the time to stop and answer every single callback when they're looking for missing children. Not just ours, but there's so many children out there that are missing.
Right.
So I'm sorry that some of y'all feel that you deserve an answer, but it's not. And I'm sorry, it's just going to sound rude when I say this, but You don't deserve an answer. You'll get the answer when we get the answer. The family gets the answer on a missing boy, not
Okay,
strangers. They're not calling y'all to tell you.
Chris, this is what I have to tell when I talk to law enforcement, and it's difficult to accept, and I still have trouble with it too. This is the way it is. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. But again, when you ask the public for help, people are going to start looking, and they look at the last place that Sebastian was known to be. And then it just goes from there. And I'm sorry, it shouldn't, but that's how it does. And we can clear a lot up tonight. And I'm
Yes,
so
let's
glad.
do this.
Okay, BW says, Chris, are you frustrated with law enforcement, or do you feel like you're getting adequate information from them?
I'm not upset with law enforcement. I'm going to tell you right now, the agencies that are involved have thrown every asset that they have at this. What people don't understand, this has actually probably been one of the largest searches for a missing child.
Yeah, he's very complimentary towards law enforcement, isn't he? But then, of course, they are talking with him and Katie and not with Seth. So that's why Seth's not happy with law enforcement, is because they're not communicating with him. God, it's a right mess, isn't it? It is a complete mess, this.
In Sumner County history, period, and
Mhm.
probably in the state with the number of assets. Do I think they're doing everything they can? You bet your sweet tail I am. You can bet on it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think, I mean, just short of making everybody in this United States go hand in hand, start at one side of the country and sweep through hand in hand, that's probably about, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, I'm very happy with what they've done. I know there are some other folks that don't feel that way, and I'm sorry because they are not in the know.
Mm-hmm.
But you do have to remember one thing. They're not going to expend every single asset, every single minute of the day on one child.
Of
You
course.
have to keep in mind how many children are missing, and it has to be equally dissolved among everybody. And I'm not going to lie to you. It hurt. It hurt the day that they came in on day 8 and told us that they have to pull back.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it ain't nothing. There was more of a gut punch to take than being told that. I mean, it
I can imagine. I mean, because
I thought he was quite sincere there, and that must be horrible when the police come into you and say, look, you know, we've got to pull back a little bit because we've got basically other work, other things to do, isn't it? I mean, that is the cold reality of it. As much as, you know, it's awful, Sebastian being missing, especially being 15 years old and autistic, but there's other things going on, isn't there? And the police, well, he said they came to them on the 8th day and said they were going to have to scale back a little bit. How awful. How awful.
you're not expecting them to say that. You're not expecting them to say, yeah, we're going to pull back and put
I
less.
do expect that, but here's the thing. I'm also a realistic person.
Mm-hmm.
I would love for them to expend every aspect and every asset and every single second of the day finding Sebastian. That's not realistic.
Yeah,
It's
I
not.
understand. I want to read you a comment, and
Yes,
I like this comment from Brittany Cole. It says, sometimes you have to block out the noise, Chris. The public
yes.
will do what they do, and that's the truth. A lot of us are just trying to offer help. It's the bad ones that you remember, and not all the much bigger crowd of good people who are not doing this.
And I mean, weeks ago, somebody asked me what I thought, and I had some information from court documents that could have been a lot of quote unquote tea for the internet to have. And I refused to release it because
Now, she mentions now these court documents about Katie. And, you know, she's mentioning it and saying, no, I decided not to release these documents. But she's making sure everybody knows about them.
I
Court documents
referred
on. Let me ask you this: on who? Me, Seth, Katie.
Katie.
Okay.
I refused to release it because number one, I didn't think
I refuse to release it, but now everybody will know that I've got these documents, and now the whole of the internet on Facebook, they'll be saying, oh, what are these documents about Katie? And, you know, making things up.
it would help find Sebastian. Number two, it was a deeply personal
Right.
thing. And also,
When she was young.
yes.
Okay, so
Let
let
me
me
finish and I referred to the Michael Vaughn case where his parents got completely slaughtered.
Yes, they
by
did.
the public for a very long time. And they didn't do anything to that boy. I do not believe
They did.
Now, I really dislike this private investigator completely. So she's put that out there that Katie's got something in her past from when she was young. Now, don't forget she's in the forces, Katie. So it can't be that bad, or she wouldn't have got in the forces for a start if she had some sort of terrible record. Then she starts talking about this case, which I looked up and I'm going to tell you about. But let's not forget that earlier on in this interview, she said that it was foul play, in her opinion. She's already said that she thinks they're guilty. Now she's doing all this. Just don't like her. Don't like her at all. I think she's stirring everything up. And I to be honest, just don't like her. But so going to this case, just let me tell you about the case she's talking about, because I looked it up. I've got it up here somewhere. Of course, I've probably put it down by now. Anyway, basically, it was about a little boy that went missing, and everyone suspected the parents. The parents had a nightmare, and it turned out it wasn't nothing to do with the parents. The boy was deceased, though.
now they have proof, but they just got slaughtered. And people can say without a shadow of a doubt that they just know what somebody did, and they don't. Well, if you know, take it to the police and let's solve this.
Yeah, tell all the Sherlock Holmes and Watsons out there, since they have their PhDs in criminal justice and forensics and all this, since they've got it, by all means, we welcome you to the case. We welcome you to come in here and show us and show these law enforcement officers that have so many years of experience that they don't know anything. We'd love for you to do it.
Chris, this isn't helping.
I know it's not helping, but this goes back to what's being asked.
Let's get people on your side, and then we can all work together. Because I know
that's just the thing. This isn't about sides. This is not about sides.
Exactly, and that's
not.
What we're
this is about
to do,
Sebastian.
It is. But if we're not,
I'm Team Sebastian. You know, I was brought in to do one thing.
Same.
Okay, guys. Let me just say, coming from the other side, you want the public's help. You need the public's help. Let's not insult the public. There are asses out there. And believe me, we fight against them all the time, don't we, Stacy? Constantly. These jerks out there that pull all this crap just to get clicks. You know, we don't have advertising on this channel. We don't ask for money. We do it because we want to help. But it doesn't help.
So can I ask you a question on your show?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you the same question I ask everybody else when we went on their shows. So I'm on your show and I'm sure it is blown up. So the more people that come on, the more money this show makes.
No, I make no money.
We don't make money. We're not monetized.
Zero money.
It's not monetized.
And we
You're
don't
not a
take
monetary
donations.
show.
No, they don't monetize.
No.
We do not
Right,
monetize.
okay.
We do not monetize. It costs me money to do this.
Yeah, and
Web
Chris,
sleuth
So
is
the reason why I asked
so I
that,
will go on.
it's completely free,
Well,
and the website is as well.
No
right,
advertising.
so the
on
reason
our
why I'm asking that question, okay,
Mhm.
is because if people are true to what they say in their heart, especially those, and they know who I'm talking about, the clickers,
Yeah.
the shows that make this money,
Yep.
I would love for you to make a public announcement for every dollar you've made. If you truly do this for the goodness of your heart, every dollar that you have made, you should donate it to the cause, not to your personal gain.
Right.
Well, yeah, we don't, like I
But-
said, we make
Yeah,
zero
we don't
money. It
make
costs
money.
us money to
And
do
I
that.
appreciate it and I respect
Yeah.
that. Thank y'all ladies for that. I will give you that.
So, but no, I understand what you're saying. But again, it's just like with, Nancy Grace or with news media, they report the news. Unfortunately, this is social media. And I agree, there's people out there, and I'm not going to even say their names, but they know who they are. They do this crap to get clickbait so they can make more money, and it's disgusting.
She's talking about JLR, but the thing is, you YouTubers, including me, at the end of the day, for JLR or for anyone, they do that. It is a job. It is a job. Being a YouTuber is a job, and people enjoy watching their channel for whatever reason. And I understand for Chris how he must feel. It's like, oh, some people are making money out of like his misery or his family's misery or whatever. But then he's coming on these YouTube channels as well, so he's going on them. He must know about social media. He probably likes watching YouTube channels. JLR, he's a YouTuber and he goes around and does stuff, and yeah, of course he makes money out of it because that is his job. What's he supposed to do? Do it for nothing? I mean, people have to live, don't they? So I understand what he's saying up to a point, but yeah, there are YouTubers and YouTubers, because there are some YouTubers who do definitely, just chat shit. I know my Vicki Marie chats, but I hope I don't just chat shit. I don't know. Maybe I do. Maybe you think I do, but to be a YouTuber, that you've got to have some principles. You can't just go. I mean, you literally, I could do 3 lives a day saying any, you could put out any headline and somebody would watch it. But you've got to have some principles. You can grow really quickly by putting out some video with a ridiculous title that is nothing like what is actually in it. But to sustain, to grow, I'm trying to think how to say this, to start a channel and then grow it like in a responsible manner, you've got a bit, that's why I try not to deal in rumours, just to deal in facts. So it's hard sometimes, but and if people hopefully people like watching your channel, so I don't think you can feel bad about YouTube channels making money. They're not making money. If people didn't want to watch it, they wouldn't be doing it. And he's been on it, and Seth's been on them all. And it is also spreading information about Sebastian. But I don't. Oh, Greg Hughes comes on in a minute. He's another YouTuber. Anyway, you'd be interested to hear what he's got to say.
Absolutely.
Oh, very much so. Very much so.
And I want to add something to that. Like I told Chris earlier, everybody that's involved in this case is under a microscope. I've been ripped to shreds. They've been ripped to shreds. Seth has been ripped to shreds. I mean, like the public gets a hold of somebody in the spotlight and they dig into them and they pull up anything that they can about them. And some of it's true and some of it's not. It doesn't help find Sebastian. And that's where we all need to get on the same page and regroup and just make the decision right here, right now, to ignore the rumors, to clear up misinformation, and just to get on track so that we can start trying to find Sebastian.
Now,
Right. If we can keep parties involved in this investigation focused on that and staying off of YouTube and other aspects of social media and playing the game, okay,
Yes.
I'm sure we would all benefit greatly, and this would completely change narratives and the direction, and it would straight focus completely on Sebastian.
Well, let's do this. This podcast or Web Sleuths podcast that we're on right now, we can make a pact right now. That's what we're doing right here, right?
But here's the other thing. I appreciate you willing to make that pact. but you know exactly who I'm referring to. That needs to be done publicly as well then.
Well, all we can do is what we can do here
True.
tonight. So,
Okay.
but Chris, there's a couple of questions, and then there is somebody.
Fire away.
Well, there is somebody that wants to come on the panel, and I don't know if you want them on here, but
Who is
I'll
it?
ask. Well, let me ask you these questions first, okay? Everybody wants to know, what do you think happened to Sebastian? What do you think happened?
I don't know. For the love of God, I wished I had an answer. I wished we had something to go off of,
So,
but we
Chris,
don't.
I asked Seth this a few weeks ago, and
Mhm.
so just no
I'm gonna
thought
hear you out.
in your gut, spit it out. Doesn't matter if it sounds completely off the wall. What is your knee-jerk reaction to what happened?
Sebastian walked out of the house, stepped off the porch, and has vanished into thin air. That is what I think, because that is what I know.
But what do you mean you know?
I've been part of the investigation since day one. And
Okay.
if anybody else out there that's got some information in regards to where Sebastian has went, because last time I
Right,
checked,
but
there's
are
not
you
one shred of
confirming that you know
evidence.
he walked off the porch is what I'm asking.
I'm telling you, unless this kid is just in the thin air on my front porch, he sure had to go somewhere, so he had to walk off the front porch. Now, if you're trying to insinuate somebody was in my house or
No, I'm
somebody's
not
taking that
insinuating
child outside of
anything.
my house,
No, I'm
say
not
that.
insinuating anything. I'm asking, do you know that he walked out your front door? Do you know?
That he went out the front door?
Or any door?
Is that what you're asking?
Do you know?
Yeah, that's what we're asking.
Okay, thank you. I just need a confirmation. I don't play games here. So, just to make this real crystal clear, there's a back door.
Oh, I think we've missed Gray. I think I must have fast forwarded too much. But anyway, never mind. You can catch up on it another time, if you want to. But I then watched Gray Hughes's live talking about being on here, and he is very much on the Proudfoot side. Completely on the Proudfoot side. So. But it is quite funny, his video. So I would advise you to go over and watch his video about the live, because he's definitely a person who says what he thinks as well, isn't he? So there's nothing wrong with saying what you think, but and lots of people love him, so people will either like Gray Hughes or not, and I don't think he really cares. He just says what he thinks. I do think he's a person who he doesn't say what he thinks. Not thinking about, because if he was thinking about he wanted people to like him, he wouldn't be so blunt. That's another thing that sometimes I think about Chris Proudfoot, or even Seth, because Seth just says what he thinks as well. Chris isn't trying to say things that make him sound more that people will feel sorry for him more or whatever. He says what he thinks, and sometimes people don't. He's got that way about him. He's just abrupt, isn't he? He's abrupt. He's got an unfortunate manner. But if you can look beyond that, sometimes you can see something better behind it. I just think sometimes, would he not be more ingratiating if he did have something to hide? He's like he's not trying to hide anything, but I don't know. I don't know. Really, the most thing I can say in this case is I don't know.
Every door in the house, when Katie got up that morning, was locked.
Okay.
Since it's already out there, there's a keypad on the front door. You don't need a key to unlock and lock my front door.
Mm-hmm.
But you need a key to lock every other door. And every other door was locked, folks.
So it
Did,
had
did Katie do that?
Do
And he
what?
walked out. And did Katie make sure all the other doors were locked? And could have Sebastian just walked out? Could he have walked out the front door?
Every door was locked.
So what you're saying is that the only possibility is the front door. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying the most conceivable way possible that this makes sense is that he walked out the front door.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Did he walk out without his shoes on? Is that what you believe?
My statement earlier is real simple. Sebastian walked out of the house not wearing any shoes.
Could he have been running and scared of something?
Don't know. He could. It's a young boy. It's dark outside. God only knows.
Okay. Now, there is somebody that has been asking to come on, and Gray Hughes, he would like to talk to you. Would you like
You can
him?
bring that. You can bring that man on board because I've talked to him.
Oh no, we haven't missed him. He's coming on now. I thought it was Seth coming on now, but it's not. It's Gray. So this is interesting.
respect him, and I will talk to him.
Gray, I just sent you the Facebook link, so jump on up. Okay, Gray? I just sent it to your Facebook. So he'll be jumping on here shortly. Stacy, can you keep an eye out because I can't see because of my stupid computer.
Hey,
Okay.
in the meantime, I would like to, since Chris is here and this has become very public, I would like to mention something that we spoke about earlier. Chris and Katie did actually confirm that the clothes that he was wearing at Texas Roadhouse that night were accounted for. And I believe they were the articles of clothing that were used for the scent dog. Am I correct when I say that, Chris?
Yes, those clothes are in the possession of law enforcement.
Great. And so do we know what Sebastian was wearing when he left?
From the house that night,
Yes.
the description is still the same. It hasn't changed from 60 days ago. However, I will say this much. Some of the information that's out on some of these posters and flyers, we have actually requested to have some of that changed, but it hasn't happened. So I'll walk you through what the description actually should be.
Now, he makes a right mess of this, but I think, again, to me, I feel that if there was something to hide, maybe it would be more, they have a great big thing about this, about what Sebastian was wearing. Let's have a listen to it.
Sebastian was wearing long black pants. Think of the 1970s style Adidas style pants. You know, had the white stripes down the side. That style of pants on. He had a long sleeve shirt, not a sweatshirt, not a hoodie, a long sleeve shirt. On the front of that shirt is probably one of three depictions: Halloween, Star Wars, or Minecraft.
Okay.
So, Chris, I know that Sebastian didn't have very many pairs of shoes because his feet were growing, and Katie would toss them out pretty quickly after he grew out of them. But is there a reason we can't confirm which shirt if it's just one of three?
I didn't say one of three. I said one of three depictions on a shirt.
Okay, so that's
So
three
there's
different shirts, right?
Say again, I'm sorry.
So I don't know if we're saying the same thing or something different, but are you saying there's three different possible shirts he was wearing? Like he had three different.
This just got so ridiculous because they didn't say. I could see immediately what he's saying. What he's saying is he had a long sleeved black shirt on, but they couldn't remember what the picture was on it but it was one of three because Sebastian would always either one, what was it, Minecraft or another. And they just couldn't remember. Basically, this was all done wrong. And she kept thinking, excuse me, she kept thinking they were saying there were three shirts. And she was thinking, well, why don't you know which one it is? Because wouldn't the other two shirts be still there in the house? But what he's saying is it was one shirt, but they couldn't remember what the picture was on it. That basically is what it comes down to. Yeah, he did it exactly, Bridget. He said three depictions. It was either Star Wars, Minecraft, or another one. But anyway, we'll see what he says.
Black long sleeve shirts. One had Halloween
No,
on
ma'am.
it. One
No,
had
ma'am.
Minecraft
What I'm
on
telling
it. One
you,
had Star
no,
Wars.
that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I said he had a long sleeve black shirt on. and on that shirt had one of 3 depictions. I didn't say he had 3. I didn't say anything. I just said one.
Okay,
Right,
can
I'm just confused by how have you not been able to identify which of those 3 depictions is missing?
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Can you tell me every single shirt in your closet right now and everything that's on your
No,
shirt?
but if I had
Okay,
to
then.
choose between
Right, but
3
wait a
of
minute, wait a minute.
them, if
But
I had
hold on a
to
minute.
choose between 3 of them, I could.
You're saying 3 of them. But I'm telling
Well, you
you,
listed 3 things. I'm just confused.
I listed what could possibly be on the shirt.
Okay, can I jump in and try to interpret a little bit here? Okay, so are you saying that all 3 of those shirts are not accounted for, or are you saying you don't remember which depiction it was that was on that shirt?
She just doesn't get it, this Chloe, at all. Not 3 shirts, Chloe. There's 1 shirt, but 3 possible pictures on it, but they couldn't remember which one it was. That's she keeps going back to the 3 shirts.
Does that make sense? Is that a little bit clearer?
Say it one more time, you broke up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, so are you saying that you don't remember what the depiction was? It was one of those 3 things, or are you saying there are 3 different shirts with those depictions and all 3 of those shirts are unaccounted for?
I'm not saying he had 3 shirts with 3 different depictions on them. That's not what I said. I'm telling you, I don't know what exactly was on the front of the shirt is what I'm telling you.
Okay, so
Sebastian's clothes mostly consist of, if it has a picture on it, one of the 3 things. Those are his 3 favorite things.
got it.
Okay,
Halloween,
so what you're saying is he has,
Minecraft.
multiple Minecraft shirts, multiple Star Wars shirts, multiple Halloween shirts. So it's likely he had a shirt that had one of those things on, but there's not just 3 of those shirts.
I'm telling you that he had a long sleeve shirt on with one of the 3 depictions on it. That's it.
Okay.
I'm not telling you any more shirts. I'm not telling. So
No, I'm not
I know
trying
what
to
you're
do-
asking.
I'm just trying to understand.
I understand that, but you're asking me if he had 3 different long sleeve shirts with 3 different depictions on it, and
No, I
I'm
think I
telling
understand
you,
what you're explaining. Like, so Sebastian had multiple shirts that had a Minecraft graphic on it. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Halloween. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Star Wars. I guess maybe several of them were long sleeve and black. So you can't identify.
Here, let's just make this very simple.
Okay.
He had a long sleeve black shirt on with a picture on the front of it.
Okay.
There you go.
And that obviously is what you got from Katie, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Everybody, Gray Hughes is here, and people are saying, why is Gray here? I will tell you, Gray, I consider Gray someone that I like. Gray helped me in the beginning. When I started this, he was very kind to me. I know it's a shock, but he was very sweet.
Shock.
I asked, he knows I'm kidding him. And I asked Chris, is it okay if Gray Hughes comes up? And Chris said yes. So Gray, I'm going to turn it over to you now, please, sir.
Yeah, I just want to say I've talked to Chris, and the way he's sounding right now is exactly how I think I would sound, or anybody else would sound, given the attacks being leveled. When I talked to him on the phone, we talked on the phone, we've messaged back and forth, but we talked for like an hour one time, and literally went over detail by detail on where the light video was taken. The flashlights. Exactly where that was filmed. We went over where the dog scented and all, and I kept sending him the map, and he would show me the route and everything. And it was like, to me, he seems like somebody who's literally out there trying to figure something out. I know my opinion isn't like all the rest of the people out there. I've never seen anything like this. It kind of reminds me of like remember the Chloe, was it Chloe? Yeah, Chloe Smith in Australia. The 2 parents that were sitting there, and they just didn't look quite right, and everybody blamed them for the abduction out of a tent. And it turns out it was literally somebody abducted the child out of the tent.
Right.
There's just so many cases like this, and all I'm saying is when I've talked to Chris Proudfoot, I have never seen anything that he's
Yeah, that was another case, wasn't it, in Australia? Chloe. She was a little girl abducted out of a tent, and everybody thought the parents had done it. And then she was found, luckily found alive, and she'd been kept. Was that the one where she was kept with that guy who had a thing about dolls or so? I don't know, because some weird people out in the world, isn't there, unfortunately. But anyway, the most important thing is she was alive, she was fine, but her parents were really dragged over the coals. You know, everybody thought it was her parents and they weren't telling the truth.
Said in any of the interviews where I went, wow, this guy, wow, he must have something to do with it. I actually look at him and think, man, I would feel the same way if from day one the entire community hated me and I never got the same love that Seth got.
But
Seth was absolutely admired by everybody like he was God or something.
let me explain why. And I agree. I think that's exactly how you would sound, Gray. Exactly. There's no question. But let me explain why. Okay. Again, social media is here to stay. We need to learn this. When anybody comes on and they are aggressive and insulting, it blows up like wildfire.
Mhm.
And you're asking public for help, but
Yes.
you are condemning the public because of a handful of jerks, and that causes problems. I haven't
Well, for the
heard.
record, ma'am, I have not in the past gone onto a show and been a jerk and ridiculed the public and said a bunch of hateful things and inappropriate things. I have not done that. So I'm sorry that folks are upset that day one, Katie and I were not on TV or on YouTube
Nobody
expressing
expects
everything. Well, you say that, but as you said, social media is here to stay. So with
Absolutely.
that being in mind, you're one, and there are millions out there that think otherwise.
I would never.
So
I would never
didn't say
expect
you.
you to come on.
But I
I'm
think
not
the
saying
way
you.
I think the way he was just talking a minute ago, to me, it sounded normal, given the fact that the 90% of the chat is just trashing him.
No, that's not true. That is not true. We are kicking the people
I
out.
can see it right now. No, I know you're kicking him out, but I keep seeing comment after comment after comment after comment that are really suspicious and like,
Yeah,
oh,
great.
no,
Just
man.
close the chat. I'm not even
Yeah, like
looking at it.
Well, I'm just trying to
you
be
had
honest.
somebody in the chat that literally asked the question, was Katie arrested at 19 for an incident? Like, I'm sorry.
No.
But once again,
know.
this goes right back to
Semantics and
I
none
know
of
what
that has
that is.
anything to do with Sebastian.
Okay.
Yeah, Matt.
No, I'm not trying to create anything.
I know you're not, Gray.
I'm
I
just
know.
trying to say that I absolutely understand how he's feeling, and I know out there they go, oh, look at he's soothing Chris's ego. I listen. I've talked to him late night on a phone. He's just a normal dude trying to figure something out. That's how he sounds like. Now he's on here with. I've seen him on shows. Remember at the beginning, him and his wife would go on shows, and they were totally calm, talking, and they were normal. But everybody dissected every single word that they said, and everybody came up with a negative meaning for every single.
Well,
thing they
let
said.
me tell you what happened. I can explain. Now. Let me tell you, Chris, when you went on and talked about hitting Sebastian with a belt and kind of, just chuckling about it and how the social services or child protective services came to your door and apologized to you, that got people upset. It got people.
But right, let's clear that real quick.
Okay.
That needs to be cleared up because what was said and what people heard are two totally different things.
I heard you say you hit him with a belt.
Okay, so let me finish because that's the problem. When I go to make the statement, people want to interrupt and try to say, well, this and that. No, you wanted the answer. I'm giving you the answer. Now, when I answered that question, I told people Sebastian got a spanking. He got one lick on his butt outside of his clothes. If somebody can tell me how that's abuse to a child, explain to me.
Can you confirm when that happened?
I don't. That was years ago.
I got spanked by a belt and wooden spoon by my
Okay.
mom for years.
So, but let's not sidetrack. Let's
Thank-
not sidetrack. Let's stay on board. Okay. So the question about the CPS thing that came up to play that everybody wants to tie to this belt is not what it was.
Okay.
Well, I think it was confusing because when you initially talked about it, you referred to him as an embarrassed 15-year-old. So
Yes, you did.
like it was years ago.
We thought it was like right recently.
Well, instead of
But let's
asking
clear it
more
up.
clarification,
Let's clear it
that should
up.
have been. So, as it stands, so
Now, you know, this is a very delicate subject, isn't it? Because, you know, obviously hitting a child with a belt these days, it used to be common. It used to be common. You used to get the belt at school, never mind at home. Now, it used to be common. Now, of course, it's not. And now it is considered abuse. You can see that Chris isn't on board with that. You know, he's like thinking, oh, how is that abuse? You know, I gave him one lick outside of his jeans, you know, and you know, I find this subject very, very difficult. And then Gray, in a minute, he's going to step in and say how he was hit by his mum with a wooden spoon or something and never did him any harm. You know, and this is the thing. And one question I would say to people, do you think society has got better since people stopped smacking children? And I'm talking about smacking, you know, I'm not talking about beating. You know, Chris goes on to talk about this, doesn't he? You know, as far as he's concerned, you know, if you don't leave marks and you know, you're not, it's not like beating someone. And I'm just paraphrasing what he says. I'm not going one side or the other, but one question I would say to people is, do you think, you know, I remember when I was at school, we got the ruler on our hand, we got the ruler on the back of our legs. You got the boys tended to get the strap or the belt. You know, that was a common thing. You know, remember the expression, the English expression, spare the rod, spoil the child. You know, this was commonplace once, not that long ago, you know, in my lifetime. I mean, I might be quite old, but I'm not that old. I mean, in living memory, this was common. And you can see that Chris can't sort of get his head around the fact he doesn't look on that as abuse. But of course, it is considered abuse in lots of places, though it doesn't seem like the Child Protection Service at the time considered it abuse. And the only question I would say is, do you think society has improved since people are not allowed to smack their children, or do you think it's gone from one extreme to another, where it was obviously was not good for people to get caned at school or strapped or the ruler on the hand or all those punishments that we used to get at school? Not good. But do you think it's gone too much the other way? This is just a question that I like to throw out there because I like to get people going about things, be a bit of a devil's advocate. I'm not coming down one way or another, but I'm just saying, do you think society has improved since all that started?
Sebastian went to school one day. He made a statement to a teacher. The teacher reports it to CPS. CPS comes to the house. That case has nothing to do with Sebastian getting spanked. That had everything to do with Sebastian didn't like being in trouble. So he thought by reporting it to a teacher, they were going to come to the house and they're going to take me out of the house and do this and do that. That is what the CPS case was about. And yes, I laughed at it because when I explained to Sebastian, very detailed, what happened, he thought it was a joke. When the CPS lady shows up and looks at him and says, Sebastian, you can't false report. That will get people in trouble and you can get in trouble. And then she explained to him what happens.
What did he say you did to him?
Can I ask you, what does that have to do with the price of eggs in China when it comes to the disappearance of Sebastian?
Because I'll tell you why. Because you're wondering why people are coming at you. And
Yes,
it's because he was in your home last. That was the last place he was seen.
yes,
So
he was.
when we hear these things, it's like, okay, let's just clear it up and see what happens. Because I'll tell you why. Because people, I'm not saying me, but I've seen people say, hey, he was hitting his child. He reported it to his teacher. Did something happen? Was there an explosive incident that happened?
No, absolutely nothing of that nature.
Okay.
And for people to not understand, when you discipline a child, there's a difference in discipline and abuse. There truly is a difference.
But I think hitting anybody with a belt is abuse. I'm sorry, I do. And a lot of people agree with me, and that's the problem.
And
So we
guess
have a
what?
difference of
That's the
opinion.
great thing. That's the great thing about having your opinion.
Yes.
That's an opinion. That's not a fact. That's opinion.
Okay. I think a belt is abuse, but that's my, again,
Well,
that is my,
if I was leaving bruises and marks on a child, that's abuse. That would be considered abuse.
okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay,
So
but-
by definition,
oh, that's weird.
that's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. You can say your opinion, and that is fine, but you have to back it up and say, what I'm stating is just an opinion. There's no fact to it. When you don't say that, you leave it open to interpretation for a lot of people to take it and run with it. That was a lot of the problems with this.
And there will be people, I can get people from CPS that will say hitting a child with a belt is an abuse. But here's the thing, you're right. That doesn't have anything to do necessarily with Sebastian and his disappearance. But what it does is it creates a narrative in people's minds that we need to clear up and change, Chris. We need to clear it up and change it. Okay? So let's do that.
So we just did.
Okay. If now you did go on Nancy Grace and say that CPS has never been called, and
No, that's not. No. Nope.
Okay, that's what I heard. What did you say?
She asked the question about a situation, and she asked me if I had ever had CPS called on me. I believe is what the question was. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't exactly know what the question was without hearing it again. So I'm
Okay.
not going to answer you with something without having it in front of you.
Okay, that's fair. That's very fair. Very fair. And so let's move on. Okay, so nothing came of that from you hitting him with a belt. Has there ever been any, and people are going to ask, has there ever been any violence in your home as far as Sebastian is concerned?
No.
Okay, now Gray asked, why is Seth being treated so different? Because of how Chris came on and became so angry and did what you did tonight, Chris. You've done this before, and I think that's why, and Seth didn't. And I think that's the difference.
Right, because I don't feed out of people's hands. I don't feed into what people think. I don't, and once again, that's the difference.
But how about just saying thank you to the people that want to help you?
Okay, well, that's simple. There's a difference in me saying thank you to everyone, which if you go back and listen to every single interview I have done, I have told everybody, thank you, thank you, thank you for everything that you have done. There's not enough thank you in this world. We can't begin to describe how much we appreciate it. I have said this.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to one video and show me where I haven't. I've also said that our family prays for everybody else there, and we love you all, regardless of what you think. But you know what? Once again,
Yeah. I think when his first interview, you got to admit, his first few interviews were really calm. The one on, can't remember the names of their channels, but like, you know, he was on multiple channels, calmly talking. Both of them were. And yet the public was already angry with him before he became angry on a show, because that was definitely later. You got to admit, like his first 3 or 4, both of them.
And I can tell you why. Because he said he hit Sebastian with a belt. That made people
Which
angry.
interview? Which interview was that?
It was the very first one I heard. with
Okay.
I can't remember.
Smiley stories. I
Yes,
can try to
yes.
pull up a transcript at some point.
Yes, it was on the Smiley story. Yes,
That one.
Okay.
but
Yeah, but
once
I mean,
again,
but here's the thing: there is a perception. See, look at
There you
when I
go.
was
That's it.
growing up. I just want to say this: when I was growing up, my mom spanked me with a belt, wooden spoon, everything, and she's the greatest mom I've ever. I mean, like, just awesome. I didn't ever feel like it was abuse. Things
Well,
have changed though over time. Like nowadays, it's considered abuse, and maybe that sort
Yeah.
of is affecting how our society has changed quite a bit. But
thank
it's
you.
like,
Yes,
but the thing is it used to be totally normal, and it is still sort of normal in some families. As long, if you're not sitting there just wailing away for hours, like creating the bruises, like Chris was saying, it's just sort of. I mean, I think it's sort of normal for a lot of people in society. It might not be for some people, but I think I don't know. I think if you took a poll and people were off, not in this particular chat right here, it wouldn't be as high as you might think. It's not going to be 99% of the people. It'd be like 50-50 on whether or not
Hmm.
Yeah, I
spanking.
mean, I think that's a little bit anecdotal. If
but once again,
could we
this
talk
is
about the thud that Katie heard?
Yes, that's a good one. Let's talk about the thud. And I apologize. I had your name spelled wrong. Everybody that knows me, Chris, knows I'm the worst speller in the world. And I thought I put Proudfoot,
I'm
and
not
I
upset
didn't.
about spelling.
So I
I'm not the
apologize.
world's best speller either. So
So I do apologize for that, sir. Yeah,
I put proud food one time when I wrote it.
yeah.
So
Oh, I've been called Bradford, Proud Food, Brownfoot, all
I
kinds of
was
stuff.
so
And it
sorry.
really,
I
it
thought I
really
put
don't
Proudfoot.
matter.
Let's
Yeah,
talk
that's-
about the thud. I want to know about that. Chris, please tell us.
Okay, what do you want to know?
Well, tell us the whole story. What did Katie tell you about the thud? What is the story behind that?
If Katie's there, maybe she could tell us.
Does she want to come on?
No.
Okay,
ain't
that's
gonna-
Yeah, she's trying to get Katie on there, isn't she? Katie isn't coming on, so that's just not going to happen, is it? But yeah, DMV. Brian Laundrie is a good example of that, of his parents idealising him. And Stephen Stearns, of course. Stephen Stearns is another one, his parents buying him out of trouble, and and not only the mother. So I think we've got to be very careful. People always blame the mother, but it's not only the mother, it's the mother and father. We can't go mother blaming all the time. It's mother and father, parents. Brian Laundrie is a good example, and so is Stephen Stearns, of parents idolizing their sons so much, that anyway, sorry, we're going off the subject. So yeah, this private investigator, she really is trying to get Katie on there, but he isn't going to allow that. Something else that I've noticed, and tell me what you think later when we hear Seth. I think Seth is still in love with Katie. Seth's always trying to get Katie this, Katie that. Do you think is Seth with somebody else? But anyway, just something that occurred to me when I was watching this interview later when he's talking. I think he's still in love with Katie, personally.
okay. That's absolutely fine.
It's like this. People, it's enough as it is. I'm not putting her through this. And I'm sure that right there is going to cause a big stir and say, well, I'm controlling. No, I'm not controlling. I'm a husband who protects his wife.
Well, you will only get polite questions here.
Let's go back to the Sebastian deal.
Okay.
Okay. Katie reported she heard a thud. And that's it.
But didn't she
knock her off and go to bed?
I've seen different reports of she heard a thud. She said, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you need to go to bed. I've seen other reports that Sebastian responded back to her. If he did respond back to her, do you know what he said?
Yeah, he replied, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean,
we're clearing things up.
Right.
That's all this is. Let's just clear it up.
There was a noise. Katie heard it. She responded. Sebastian answered.
So now that I don't know if I remember that, or maybe yeah, because when they did the interview with the Chronicles of Olivia. I was going to say the Chronicles of Narnia, but the Chronicles of Olivia, didn't Katie? She did say then that when she heard that, was that where she mentioned the thud? God, there've been that many interviews, I've forgotten which are which. And he said, yes, ma'am. So there you go. That's what they're saying happened. That when he made the thud, when the thud noise happened, she called up to him apparently, and he called down. She called up to him, I don't know what you're doing, or I don't care what you're doing, but just go to bed or something. And supposedly he called down, yes, ma'am. So, but no, Katie's not coming on. She don't want to talk. I can't say that I blame her really, but anyway. Would you want to talk if your son had disappeared? Would you want to go on, you know, a YouTube channel and talk about it? But then, of course, you did talk in the beginning. But I don't understand why any of them want to talk on YouTube, to be honest.
Okay, and see, people out there, they want to help, and it feels like that you just are like, that pissed you off that we even asked that. You know, and they just,
what pisses me off is when the statement is out there. There was a thud. She asked him what, he responded back and moving on.
And around what time was that?
I'm not going to give you details as far as.
I mean,
time.
Katie gave details, but I just.
Well, guess what? That is Katie. I'm not giving you those kind of details.
No, she gave details publicly.
That is fine.
Okay.
Katie can give you that. I am not giving you that information. I will tell you this. It was between the time we were on the phone to the time we got off the phone. That's what I'll give you. That's it.
has Sebastian ever left the house barefoot that you know of?
Has Sebastian gone outside of the house barefooted? Yes. Before, has he ran off? No.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's how you were asking it, but
No, I'm glad
I'm going to answer it.
That's perfect. No, that's great. And again, I swear to you, Chris, we're not trying to be hostile. In fact, I've spoken on this live channel before and said, if Chris ever came here, we would treat him with total respect and honesty. And I really am trying to help, because I want people to get behind you and Katie, Chris, because I want people to help find Sebastian. And it's just such a bizarre thing. I mean,
It's a bizarre case. Yes, it very much so is.
And so Sebastian leaves, but he's not on anybody's camera. Is that what the police have said? Or are you allowed to say?
I can't go into details on that, but here's what I
Okay.
will tell you that's public. Our subdivision is very dark.
Mm-hmm.
There's no street lights in the subdivision whatsoever. If you go online, Google it, whatever, you'll see that there's absolutely no street lights in the subdivision. None.
Right.
Is there a possibility that some cameras may not pick up somebody walking in front of them because how dark it is? Yes.
That would be the only thing that would make sense, really.
Right. So
Yeah, well, he even told me, I remember when he told me that, like, even some detectives didn't show up on the cameras.
correct.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense then, because that's been driving everybody crazy. But if it's so dark,
And I know, and it's hard for it. Trust me, for everyone out there that cameras will pick up and all this. No, I promise you, not all cameras have the best quality as the stuff that you see on TV and
Mhm.
you see a demo of a camera in a store. It's different when you put it on a house and different elements. So,
Okay, so it was so dark that it is logical to conclude that the cameras that Sebastian would have walked by, did not pick him up. And that's something that is logical, that people can accept. Absolutely. I think this is a good question. Did Sebastian ever have nightmares? Could he have had one that scared him so badly that he took off? Has he ever had bad nightmares?
He's had sleeping issues. I mean, he doesn't really sleep a lot. That's why he's been, but that's been his whole life. That's not just been like a segment. I'm pretty sure, I believe Seth has even mentioned this before as well. I mean, the only time, I've seen a couple times where he slept really well, but I mean, that's after a hard day of playing. If he's helped with outside work, but for the most part, he's had issues sleeping.
That's a big help in understanding this. Has he ever done anything like hid under a neighbor's car or anything like that?
Well, I'm going to say we have never seen anything like that. There's been somebody that has said something to that effect, but I'm not going to sit here and say for a fact, yes, he has.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't have an answer for that.
I got a question. I got one for you. Would you think it's possible that he could have left in the evenings on other nights, like at 1 a.m, and came back through the front door and nobody would have known? Like on other, like let's say a dry run, for example, like he got up in the middle of the night at 1, went out the front door and then came back in and nobody would have known, right? Because you don't have a camera and he doesn't.
Not that I'm aware of. Not that Katie is aware of. I mean, I will say this.
I think that's quite a good point. I mean, he may have done it before. You don't, maybe he had done it before, gone out and come back in, but nothing. Maybe this time when he did it, something befell him, or something else happened. Basically, there's so many different scenarios that it could be.
And this is for the record. I'm not going to tell you what he does and doesn't do at his father's house. Those are two separate households.
Okay.
Sebastian is one way at our house. He's a different way at his father's house.
Okay.
That is something that we've all had mutual respect on. All the parents together.
Can you answer, was he planning to go live with Seth?
Yes.
Okay. And was he excited about it?
No.
Okay.
At one point he was, but no.
Do you know why he changed, why he wasn't excited?
Yes, because he was informed that he will be doing online schooling vice in-person school.
Okay. Was there a reason for that?
That's personal matters in my family that will not be discussed with anybody.
Understood. And I respect that. Thank you. He was on medication. Did he get his medication changed recently?
When you say recently, can you define recently?
Well, I mean, I don't know, maybe within the last few months. I'm trying to think of something that maybe would have changed his behavior for some reason.
So remember that as far as he was saying, he wasn't looking forward to going to live with Seth because he didn't want to go on to online schooling. So here's something, this is a reason why he might have wanted to run away, isn't it? Because it's all, Seth was telling us how he was coming to live with him, but maybe he wasn't looking forward to going to live with him. Not because of Seth, but because of this online schooling. If he liked school, he must have liked school. Didn't want to do online schooling.
It's really hard to say yes or no to that, just because he goes and sees his doctors, and then in there they will talk about his medication and things if they want to change or if it needs to change.
Right.
But I mean, as far as I know, I'm not. I didn't see any difference, but.
And is it? And again, this is just something that people want to know. Is it common for you and Katie to talk as long as you did that night?
Sure.
Okay. Seth is here. I've asked him to join us. Insightful One, if Seth jumps on, can you please put him on the the screen because I can't because of my computer.
Right. I got it.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just want to say before Seth comes on, that about that 3-hour phone call, you know, and I've said it before, you do, if you were living away from someone, you know, your loved one or whatever, you do quite often have I've had phone calls that have gone on and on until in the end you just fall asleep on the phone. You know, so I don't think that's strange, them having a 3-hour phone call when they're, you know, it would be strange if he was coming home in an hour or whatever. But, you know, when they're living away from each other like that, he's working away. I don't think it's unusual to have a 3-hour phone call, personally. But, you know, it may be significant, it may not be. So here's Seth, he's coming.
Have you guys
Very
seen the dog scent track? That because you actually showed it to me, right? Remember on the map, Chris? I don't know if you're interested in. It was kind of an interesting route up the street.
Well, and are you referring to the like day 1 through 4 dog tracks? Because some of those are.
He had like a dog scent outside the front door and
Yeah.
sort of around by where the fixed light was on the flashlight, and then north, and then around to like a retention pond, something like that. Just short of it.
Stacy, I believe Seth is here.
I got it.
Seth, I am so glad that you are here, my dear. Thank you very much. Seth, what would you like to say now?
I got a few questions to ask Chris.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
You can, yes,
I
he
can
can
hear
hear you.
Hey, Chris. So why did you texted me the other day about something I'd already sent Katie an email?
Say it. All right. Say it one more time. All I heard was something about an email sent.
Why did you text me about an email I sent on Monday to Katie?
Because I didn't see the information in what you're referring to as Tony Mathis's phone number. I didn't see it. So that's why I asked for it.
I mean, come on, Chris. If we're going to work together, more than a week communication between the
Seth?
people that I'm sending stuff to you and Katie.
Okay, so hear me out.
Proper
I told you. I told
Okay,
you.
okay.
I told
Let's
you,
not come
Seth,
into
that we will
hot,
work
okay?
together.
All right.
I explained to you I'm willing to work with you. You asked me some questions in regard to this dog handler. You asked me questions in regards to going on a social media platform. You've asked me questions about hiring a PR person that will speak for all of us and keep everybody off of these platforms. That's what you asked. Now, if you think I'm not going to do my homework and dig into people and find out who they are first, you're crazy. Because I would expect you to do the exact same thing if I gave you a name.
I don't know what's going on, but did that solve it? I hope.
Oh,
Seth?
is Seth gone? It looked like he's
Uh-oh. I think, wait, is this Seth? Did Seth jump off? Let's see. We've got me, Stacy.
Yeah. How about
It looks like he fell
I'll
off.
get off the panel. I'm sure that'll make a lot of people in the chat happy. But I just
Oh,
wanted,
stop it.
I just wanted to say that, you know, I understand what I've seen. What I've seen from the beginning is that there was sides chosen. And they never really got a chance to breathe. And that's probably why Katie went to be with him, because she probably was scared to stay at home by herself, given these lunatics like JLR and et cetera, running around, chanting and screaming. It's insane.
Oh, I agree. It's horrible.
That's what I think. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that's
it
just
should not be that way.
That's just kind of where I'm coming from. I appreciate communicating with him. We've had nothing but good conversations, and that's it. I mean, that's all I can do. And I've never seen anything that made me go, God, ooh, that's, you know, it's weird. I mean, I don't know. I watched the same things you guys have. But anyways, yeah, see you later, guys out there.
Okay. See ya.
Take care, Gray.
Bye,
man.
Gray.
You know, see.
Does anybody know where Seth went?
I'm working on it.
Okay, thanks.
I do know, I think up in his area, he doesn't have like the greatest signal, because a lot of times when we talk, his
You know what?
phone, he will drop.
Do you want to ask him if he wants to call me rather than go on the internet, just call me on the phone and I can put them on and it'll be a really, really strong signal. I mean, it'll sound really good.
Well, I think it's just like his cell signal up there is not the greatest.
Oh, it's a cell. Okay.
Yeah.
But if he wants to,
I mean, if he's on his cell phone, let me.
Heather, if you want to give him my number, and Chloe has it, feel free. And he can, if it's better for him to call me rather than to jump online.
I'm texting him.
Okay, we can do that. So, hey guys, I don't want to talk about other creators in chat, so let's not do that. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Agree.
yeah, let's just. I mean, I don't want to give them any.
Right. So
Airtime.
let's get to our next question.
Okay, next question. Let me take a look at my notes. Yeah, because I just wrote some things down. Have you had? And I may have asked this and I forgot, Chris. My mind is sometimes mush. Have you had search dogs inside the house and outside?
Yes, ma'am, I have. Yes, I sure have.
And what did the dogs hit outside?
So, as you know, if anybody has followed Mr. Gray's, what he was talking about, the dog and the trail and the scent and the overlay on the picture. So they're anywhere from 13 to 18 different dogs have been involved in this search.
Mm-hmm.
Now, on day one, there was 5 dogs. 5. There's an audio dispatch tape that's been released. I don't know who released it. Whatever, I don't have it, but you'd have to dig it and find it. In that audio tape, you actually hear that the deputy sheriff does state that the dog hints toward a scent and he takes over off to the retention pond and the construction site next door.
Okay.
Now, other dogs did the exact same thing. Now, am I going to say every single dog? No, but I do know of at least 3 dogs that went on the same scent trail, same path. The rest of the dogs, I'm not going to tell you that they are 100% honest and perfect and accurate because honestly, dogs are only probably 25% reliable when it comes to a scent.
Okay.
Now, 8 days, I've had dogs in my house the first 8 days. In my house, outside my house, around my house, around the neighborhood. So, yeah. So
they've been there and, yeah, so they did, you're saying they did hit and they all went to that pond?
No, I didn't say all of that. I just told you I've had 13 to 18 dogs in my house and around my house.
Mm-hmm.
I told you 3 different dogs hit on the same path that go to that retention pond.
Right.
I'm
That's
not going to say that every other dog.
Not every dog, but some dogs hit. Okay.
Right. So, but I want this to be crystal clear.
Okay.
So when people say every dog, that is not the case. 3 dogs went on the same path.
Okay.
That is all that we have on that. The rest of these dogs go in different directions, but it's all unreliable.
Understood. We do have a question from Michelle. Chris, was Ellie able to go in and search the cave they said had collapsed about 10 feet in? I haven't heard this.
Okay, so Ken Widener is the EMA director for Sumner County. They called in all kinds of stuff, got layouts of where these caves were. I don't believe, and I'm not telling you by the gospel, I don't believe they were able to get into certain caves because they were not safe to enter. The one that she is referring to that collapsed, honestly, we know that the one collapsed. We don't believe they had anything to it.
Got it. Okay. Let's see here. Let me get my notes. I was taking notes while we were talking. Let's see here. Hold on. So people have been asking, and I don't mean to sound insulting, but people are asking, are you searching? Are you putting up flyers? That's what they're asking.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Yes, and here's why they're asking that question. No, you're not going to find pictures of us out there doing this. because
Mhm.
it's real simple. We, all three parents, initially were told in the beginning not to go out and search, that we needed to be available to talk to law enforcement.
Right.
Yeah.
Seth has been out there searching and doing his thing. He's had a bunch of people following him. Whether or not he chose that or these people decided to do it on their own accord, that's not for me to say. But we, Katie and I, are not going to have some big, massive search party following us around with a bunch of people that are already threatened, death threats, by the way, to us. You know, I'm not doing that. If you were in my shoes, you'd do the same thing. You listen to law enforcement. You do what they tell you to do. Yes, we're out there putting up signs. Yes, we're out there putting up flyers. Yes, we are searching.
Chris, I'm sorry. Did you just say you guys are getting death threats?
Yes, we've been getting death threats. And they have been reported to the TBI. Everything gets forwarded, screenshot, and sent straight to them.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, everyone. I have Seth on my phone, on my JBL speaker. Seth, I want to give you a chance to talk uninterrupted. So please go ahead.
All right. Mainly, Chris, the communication needs to be a little bit more prompt. If I send you an email on Monday and Tuesday, I'm not willing to wait a week to get a response back. I mean, that's unacceptable when we're trying to find Sebastian, buddy.
I understand what you're saying. I respect that. But when it comes to you asking people to come into my house on my property, who I don't know Adam from Eve, and I really don't care what certification, who can vouch for these people, I don't care. I'm going to do exactly what I have always been doing. You send that to me,
Okay,
we're going to
well,
review it, and then we're going to send it to
I'm going to
law
interrupt you,
enforcement.
Chris.
Let
Okay.
law enforcement go that route,
The
and then when law
spokesperson
enforcement comes,
speak for us, doesn't
Hold on.
need to be on your property.
Hold
see,
on,
this
Chris.
is
Chris, hold on 1 second. Hold on. Seth, what did you say?
I said the person to be our spokesman to speak for all three of us doesn't need to be on your property.
Okay,
But
Chris.
yeah,
you're
you
correct.
have
You are
spoken
very correct.
to him
I have spoken to him,
when
and I'm going to make this public. I am back working, and I have work hours. I also have to sleep, and unfortunately, I'm on the opposite schedule of you. So respect that. I will do what I
When did you
can
speak
as
with
I
him,
can
Chris?
when I can.
I'm sorry, Seth, go ahead.
when did you speak with him, Chris?
What does that got to do with finding Sebastian?
If he's going to be our spokesperson, I was just asking when you spoke with him.
I haven't come up with an answer yet. We've spoke with him. We told him we'll get back with him after we've done some consideration and talk with law enforcement. We'll get back to it, and we'll let him know our decision.
So, I think
I know you're on board with that. I do. I mean, I know you're 1,000% on board with Mr. Mathis. I got that. I'm not taking that away from you.
so, Chris, I understand like every marriage is different and husband-wife aspect. You seem very protective of Katie and her having conversations with or without you. But like I said before you came on, I do believe that Katie is the one who, and I'm not saying it's because she knows what happened to Sebastian, but she was the last person that was with him. And so she does hold the most information, at least up until the point that he went missing.
What information do you think she holds?
Well, I'm going to get to that.
Well, then do me a favor. Let's just get to it.
Okay.
Don't pour
So,
gravy on the mashed potatoes. Just serve the stuff up.
Chris, I'm really trying to be respectful, and this is a very
I am too. So
conversation.
please just get to it.
Okay.
No,
So
you're
we would
interrupting.
really love to hear from Katie about his body language that day. We've heard from others who are not necessarily good sources about his body language at the bowling alley and his body language here and there. And so we're just really trying to pick up on Sebastian's mood because it could help us understand what led to him walking away off the front porch out the front door.
Well, that is something that if she decides to answer, that's on her. But what I know is even on video, Sebastian was having a great day. He was in a great mood. He got to go to BJ's. He had a colossal popcorn. He hung out with family. He went and played video games at Strike and Spare. After that, he went and had dinner at Roadhouse, Texas Roadhouse. He ate his whole meal. I mean, everything in the video, even the videos that Seth has seen, he doesn't show any negative signs of he's upset or anything like that. As far as we all know, Sebastian had a great day.
No, I mean, it sounds like a really great day. I mean, they did a lot. I was just curious. And like I said, I mean, every relationship is different and you're protective of Katie and who she communicates without you. And I think that has,
for the record,
I think that has
but
been a
for the
little bit
record,
difficult.
but right, hold on a second. But for the record, Katie can speak when she so chooses,
Yep.
and she's done interviews without me.
No, I'm not talking about interviews.
But she spoke without me.
Okay.
I want to clear up something that Chris said about Sebastian going to live with Seth. And Chris, you may ask, what does this have to do with Sebastian missing? It's all part of the narrative. It could mean he ran away. And that is, Chris, did you not say that he was not looking forward to going to live with his father?
Yes, I did state that.
Seth, did you know this?
Nope.
Chris, do you want to elaborate?
And I'll tell you why.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I will be glad to elaborate.
Become a question.
Hold on, Chris. Hold on. I'm sorry, Seth. Start over. And then Chris, we'll go to you. Seth, go ahead.
But I know why I was putting him in online school. He needed his therapy to actually have been started with ABA, so on and so forth, before I put him back into the situation, because he's not ready for certain things.
Okay. So he was going to go.
I'm not going to set my son up for failure. I want my son to succeed.
He was going to homeschool until he was ready to go back to regular school. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And it's not really homeschool. I mean, it's just online school.
Okay. Online. Right. Online school. That's a better term. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said homeschool. Right. Online school. Totally different.
I just feel like Seth is definitely holding stuff. I think Seth has got a guilty feeling. He gets quite upset now. By the end, he gets, to me, I think he probably has been drinking. And if he's on medication as well, that won't be good. And he gets a bit maudlin, which is fair enough because at the end of the day, his son's missing. And he gets upset. But you know what? Reading between the lines, I think there's a lot of things that Seth doesn't. It turns out he did know that Sebastian didn't want to go. But in the beginning, he was saying that Sebastian was looking forward to going and live with him. Now we find out that he wasn't looking forward to going to live with him. So the things are coming out, not only from the Proudfoots or whatever, but from Seth as well. Seth, you can hear in his voice, he sounds almost guilty.
Really quick, Chris, the day that they had on Sunday with the spaghetti pancakes and bragging to family and BJ's and Texas Roadhouse and bowling and all of these, like, it sounds like the best day ever. Was that like a normal weekend for them, or was it like, it just, I don't know, was that like their normal weekend?
Right. Well, do me a favor. Let's pause that question because you just diverted away from what she asked, and let's clear this out.
Okay, go ahead,
We
Chris.
want the facts. Let's get the facts straight.
Okay.
So yes, I did tell you Sebastian was not excited about going to his father's house because online school.
Online
Seth
school.
was aware of this because Seth stood in my house with me, Katie, and Sebastian in my kitchen and had this conversation where Seth asked his son about, you don't want to go to online school? And Sebastian's retort was, no, I don't. But
Okay.
I don't really.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think you're right there, Bridget. Imagine if Sebastian was already feeling a bit isolated. He wanted to go to school and be with his friends. He did not want to do the online school. You know, is it possible he's made some arrangement with one of his friends? Maybe he is in a friend's house. You know, but surely the parents of the friends would not hide him there unless the parents don't know he's there. You know, this is Sebastian to me, this all adds to the fact that he may well have run away because he didn't want to go and live with his dad.
Care about playing tit for tat. I understand that this may be a reason why he wanted to run away, so to speak, if that's the case.
Right.
But we're not going into this. We're not going to play this tit for tat on social media. We're not doing this.
Okay, Seth, go ahead.
Chris, unbeknownst to you, had already talked to Sebastian. He knew this wouldn't be a permanent thing. And me and him had already spoke.
Well, that right there is a conversation you should have had with Katie and myself about what your plans were.
I'm sorry, do you want?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
What Seth was saying is that if I had known the conversation that him and Sebastian had, then I would know the whole thing. But the downside is that's where Seth should have had that same conversation with me and Katie, and that didn't happen. But this goes right back to, here's the thing. If you're saying that because he didn't want to go live with his dad, he potentially ran away, is that a possibility? Sure, we'll put that out there.
Okay.
But quite honestly, what goes on between Seth, me, his mom, and our households is none of the public's business. If it had something to do with his disappearance, I would understand that, but it doesn't.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, I understand that. That's why we're making this clear.
And that's why I asked about his day, because
Let's
I didn't
go back
know.
to the day. Okay, go ahead, Miguel.
No, okay. So, Chris, you don't know me very well. I have 2 decades of experience working with autistic children in different capacities. So I do understand they are all different. I do understand that day may have been very overstimulating for him. So that's why I was asking if that was a normal day for him. And if it wasn't, that just gives me more information that maybe he was very overstimulated that day.
Chris?
All right, so one more time, I'm so sorry.
I was just saying, in my experience with autistic children, obviously they're all different. But if this was not a normal day for Sebastian on Sunday when he went and did all of these things, and it sounds like he was gone from home for a while, if this wasn't a normal day for him, would this have been an overstimulating day for him? Is this something normal? Does he normally go to BJ's and bowling and all of these things on a weekend? Or was this kind of like a special thing? And if it was a special thing, what caused it to be special? Was there an occasion?
If it was a special thing, a mother and a son bonding and just having a good time.
I'm not being ugly at all.
I'm not. I'm making the statement.
Is this a normal day for them on a weekend? For them to do
our days fluctuate. Monday through Friday, we're a working family, just like everybody else out there. And when the weekend comes, that's when you get a lot of stuff done. You go a lot of places, you do a lot of things. And a lot of times that's where, you know, you go and spend time with your kids and do extra things. Sebastian's not in sports like most kids. So we don't spend ball time at the ballpark. You know, when Seth has Sebastian on the weekends, he goes and does fishing and things like that with Sebastian just as well. I mean, Seth works long hours. I work long hours.
And
You
I'm
know,
not
I
saying
mean,
any
so
of that is
you gotta,
suspicious at all, Chris. I'm just asking if that was normal. Because if it wasn't normal and he was overstimulated, that could be a reason for him to have ran out of the house.
no, he was
Okay.
not overstimulated.
Okay. So that wasn't one of the possible reasons for him to leave.
Here's what I'll say. Everything is on the table. Nothing has been taken off the table, period. That's the same statement law enforcement has made. That's the same statement I'm going to tell you
So
every
there's a
single day in and day
possibility
out.
Katie gave my son to your mother and father. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Say it one more time.
Do you not want to say that? But well, we can move on. So
No. I want to hear it.
There's a rumor out there, Chris,
That
that your mom and your dad have Sebastian. It's been brought up to me.
Seth, you know darn good and well, you got a question about my
I'm just
mother.
asking.
You pick up the
Are they
phone
taking
and you
somewhere
call
to
her.
like a boot camp or anything like that? And Katie just thought I wouldn't accept it.
I don't think
Hold
Seth
on.
is being accusatory. I think he's just trying to clear up a bunch of BS that's been online.
Right, and I'm trying, and I'm telling you, if he's had this suspicion, he's got my mother's phone number. He can pick up the phone and call her. She is not afraid to
No,
answer any
Chris, I'm not
questions.
saying you. I don't want to talk to your mom. I want to talk to you, and I want to talk to Katie.
Well, it's real simple,
I'm just
Seth.
asking to put it to the rest.
You have seen the video footage of Seth
haven't.
on Sunday. Don't tell me you hadn't. I know you have. You sat in the room
No, I
with
haven't.
all the agents.
No, they didn't show me the video footage, buddy.
So you didn't see, you weren't sitting in a room
Wait a
with
minute.
law enforcement, the district attorney, when they showed you a video, when you wanted proof of life, saying that you hadn't seen proof since Friday. When you've been at my house the first 3 damn days.
Sunday, buddy.
Chris, let Seth speak. Go ahead, Seth.
Chris, they showed me video proof of him coming out of Texas Roadhouse on Sunday.
On a Sunday night. You damn right.
Just, Chris,
Seth, I got a problem with you sitting here making these accusations. Because if you got a problem with them, guess what?
Let's watch it.
I think we're just trying to talk things out, and I don't even know if this should be public, honestly.
Same.
Okay, here's all the public knowledge you need on this deal. Law enforcement has talked to my parents, my whole family. Once again, the statement is true, what law enforcement says.
Do you know that PI, that Chloe, I bet she told Seth to ask that question, you know, because Seth is stirring again, stirring up social media, rumors, gossip. And that is what I have, you know, my doubts that I have about Seth. But now I'm thinking probably that Chloe one, she's told him, she'll be on the phone to him or messaging him. She's probably said, oh, say this, say that. They're just trying to wind Chris up. They're trying, and he's easily wound up, you know, which I know a lot of people don't like him, but you know, would you be wound up? I'd be going mad by now. Honest to God, people think I'm a kind, patient person, but if I get pushed the wrong way, I can, you know, I can turn. And, you know, as anyone can. And I would be incandescent by now.
Just because you hear a rumor doesn't make it true.
Chris,
I don't think he said it was true. I think he's just trying to clarify.
He said
That's not clarifying. No, stop sitting here trying to defend his actions. Stop.
Okay.
The fact is, Chris, is I'm trying to squash the rumor. We're both here. Squashing the rumor.
Seth, there is no rumor. You know my parents were not with Katie on Sunday.
That's all I'm doing, Chris.
No, you're causing a problem because you know damn good and well where my parents were at their house on Sunday night. They weren't near Katie. They weren't near Sebastian. And if you got a problem, all you got to do is pick up the phone and call her. Be an adult.
You know, and that's why I think this video, the information, it's been very informative as far as I can see. You know, just for getting an idea of the way this private investigator is, the way that Seth is, the information that Chris has given. I think it's been a really, really good video.
Be a responsible adult and just call her.
Chris. Can you hear me, Chris?
Oh, I can hear you.
Because all I'm hearing is anger and attitude from you. What I'm trying
And you
to
should,
do
Seth. You should. Because what you're doing is bullshit and you know it.
Okay, stop.
Okay,
People
all
are
right,
talking
enough.
over each other.
Enough.
Seth, go, and then Chris, go. Please, Seth, and then Chris. Thank you.
Chris, a unified front squashes rumors together.
He's
That's
the one.
all I am stating.
Let's quash these rumours together. He's the one giving out all the rumours. He's the one who's given rumours out right from the beginning. Talked about, he's the one that's divulged Sebastian's personal information. He's the one. You know, this, now he gets upset in a minute and then I think he does that and then everyone will feel sorry for him because he's got all this pathos. But we've got to remember what he's done. And also, I have read his responses to the divorce petitions. He's not above a bit of domestic violence himself.
Okay, Chris.
This is a rumor floating around, and I would like us to squash it.
Yeah, I think that is a great rumor to try to squash. That one's on Facebook, and the rumor is actually that about your mom, her car being parked at like Worsham's and him getting in.
Okay, so here's the answer. The final answer to this.
It's not just an online rumor because people have driven up to me and personally spoken about this.
Okay,
Right.
ladies and gentlemen, can I make the statement?
I wish
This is very simple. This conversation has nothing to do on social media. You want to have this conversation, Seth? You call me, you get Heather, you get Chloe on the phone.
that's
Hell,
fine.
I'll do you one better, and
Right.
I will get Bobby and Carter on the phone, and we'll all sit down and have this little fucking powwow.
We're not going to have a powwow like that, but I
Well,
would
then guess what?
this situation, and I would love for it to be private because I believe a lot of what is happening right now should not be public.
I
So
agree.
explain to me why you don't want Bobby and Carter involved.
I didn't say I didn't want Bobby and Carter involved. I
Yeah.
said I was referring to your tone, which is very angry.
Oh, I'm very pissed.
I know that. I think we just all need to take a breath because
Oh, you know, I'm sorry, she could wind anyone up. But I don't know who Bobby is. Who is Bobby and the other person? I don't know who they are. He is a hothead. Chris is a hothead, and but they are winding him up deliberately. I do think that, and he can't stop himself. Unfortunately, he just can't. You know, that's the person is. He gets angry quick, and then he stops being angry just as quick. He's up and down. He is unpredictable.
no one is accusing anyone of anything. We are trying to dispel
So
things
this is a
because in
rumor.
turn, dispelling these things will
You're
take
so full of
some
shit.
of the BS off of you.
Whoa. That was uncalled for. And Chris, I mean, I do understand your anger, but I know these ladies. I don't know Seth. I just know what I've seen. But these ladies are not full of shit.
I didn't say they're full of shit. I was referring to Seth being full of shit with his comments.
Well, that doesn't help matters.
No, it doesn't. So when you brought him on the show and he wants to start this shit, that isn't going to answer questions. It's going to spiral into the shit that's in. So we can set this shit aside and answer the questions that you got.
Okay. I would like to move on very quickly, but I will say the public opinion is not going to improve unless we can take a deep breath.
That's exactly right.
And I
And-
know you are frustrated.
You have no
I'm
idea what
I'm
I
not
am.
saying I know
You
how
don't.
frustrated you are, but I know you are frustrated. And I am not saying that's not valid, but this is not helping.
If it's
And-
not helping, then you shouldn't be talking about it on social media.
But
I'm
here's,
trying
As
to
a PI, you should have said, you know what, we're not going to answer that question. We're going to do that privately. That's where that should
I
have
did
went.
say that actually several times,
You
and
did.
you can listen to that recording later.
So let's move on to the next question.
I just got to say one thing. You want the public's help. You want them
We do. We need
to be
them.
behind both of you.
Yeah, we
And
need them to find Sebastian.
exactly. And it's a very good chance that somebody in the public
And
will find
that's
him.
my biggest frustration is that we all collectively have to deal with all of this instead of focusing on Sebastian.
Right, and it's a disadvantage to Sebastian. Really, it's sad because we're not any closer to finding him as long as we're all arguing like this.
And mods in chat, you're removing these comments, I hope, because I've been removing some too. And we've got extra people, extra mods in chat. Anything rude that said, they're banned, they're gone.
So you can imagine all the chat that was coming up as well, because so she's removing comments. She's got moderators in there. There was so much hate towards Chris in there. You know, it may turn out to be justified. You know, we don't know. When we find out what's happened to Sebastian, maybe there is some reason for it. But, you know, at the moment, there is no reason for it. He's just a stepdad whose son's gone missing. His stepson's gone missing. As Katie is a mother whose son's gone missing, just the same as Seth is a father whose son's gone missing. Just don't understand the too much hate directed towards them, in my opinion. You know, it's like it's quite odd, isn't it? Really.
Okay. So we'll get them out there as quickly as possible. And let me go through chat really quickly here to get some more questions here. You've been on here for many hours, and I so appreciate this. I really, really do. So,
Can Chris hear me?
yes, he can.
Can you, well, you can't throw us in a back room so me and him can talk real quick.
I wish I could. I wish I had that ability, but I don't. I can take you both off and you can call him. Do you want to do that?
Let's finish this first, and we'll do that after the fact. Let's get these questions out of the way.
Chris, listen, you may not like my opinion, but when we got rumors out there, if you and I squash these rumors, then they stop being rumors and everybody just looks at the people who are spreading them like they are shit. I was not trying to upset you. I'm trying to squash these stupid rumors that are literally filling up my privatized email address, their inbox with crap. Which is crap. It's not helping find Sebastian, so if it gets squashed, then people will stop. Not everybody. Lord knows there's still going to be stupid people out there. But it will stop. It will, I mean, literally, it will stop.
My retort is
The
real
only thing
simple,
I
Seth.
want is to find Sebastian, Chris, and there are rumors out there that we have to put an end to. You may not like them, but we have to put them into them publicly. Because right here, we can end rumors. So people know when I told them to fuck off, if they didn't like it, they know that I meant fuck off because they don't like it.
So stop right there, Seth. Stop. Let me help you with something real quick. You want rumors to die? You want to stop with all the stuff that's coming up and flooding these PI's inbox? How many terabytes do you want of videos where you have gone out there and you've said some very harsh things that should never have come out? You never should have. And now don't take this the wrong way. That is a conversation for
I'm not
later.
here to swing much.
Let me finish.
There are things that I put out there.
Once again,
I wasn't
you
gonna
can't
let
talk
you
to a
go
fucking
there.
log.
Okay, what? Okay,
Chris,
so
Let me finish.
Chris, that's not productive.
It's not. So let me finish. You all are playing one-sided here.
no, we're not.
I don't think that's fair.
You want
So
to
then
talk-
tell Seth when I'm talking, let me finish.
Okay, Seth,
Okay.
let him finish.
Yes, Seth, please let him finish.
They're just like two little boys in the playground, aren't they, arguing with each other? But you know, they're mates. These two, they've been mates. They've got on, you know, they've got on before this. Do you know? It's like this. It's like they're having this argument, and the women are having to calm them down. They're just like you know, they're getting angry with each other. Seth's saying, oh, let's dismiss these rumours, but Seth's the one circulating the rumours. Then Chris is getting really angry and swearing at him because Chris is a hothead. He's a hothead. You can see that he is. And it ends up with this. It's weird, isn't it? It's weird how they're doing this on a public forum. Very odd.
There's conversations you've had that should have never been out in the public light, and you know it. And because you did that, it started a lot of rumors. Own it, accept it, and move on from it. I told you on Sunday, I supported you. I would be there for you no matter what, how ugly this got. But I'm not going to stand by and watch you disrespect me, my family, my wife, or anybody for that matter. A lot of rumors got started because you went on social media and you opened your mouth and said some things you shouldn't have said.
I agree with him there. Completely agree with him there. He's just too hot-headed in his way of putting his point over.
Accept it. I'll show you the videos.
You don't need to show
Now-
me the videos, sir.
Now, in hindsight, that is a conversation you and I need to have offline, away from everybody else, in our own private conversation. You and I, we sit down and we can talk. Literally, Lise, you had people watch us doing it Sunday at that vigil.
Well,
They were snapping pictures because they were.
Right, I'm going to put a poll on now because I know, like, we've watched this. It's been interesting. We're going to carry it. I'm going to leave it running. I'm not saying it's finished. But I'm going to put a poll on because what I want to know is, although, and I can see a lot of you don't like Chris or, you know, this, that, or the other, but after watching this, the poll I'm going to put on is, do you think Chris has had anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance? And when I say that, I don't mean in the sense of because, I mean actually foul play. That's the poll I'm going to put on.
We're trying to get some juicy information.
Trish,
So let's answer.
can we move on to the question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, there's a question here in chat, and I've heard this. And Chris, this is a good one I'd like to clear up. Is
Okay.
it true that Chris told Seth, you will find your son at church?
No.
Okay,
No.
that's
What he stated was if I went to church, maybe I'd find my son.
so. In other words, if you went to church and talked to the Lord, is that what you were saying,
Yes,
Chris?
that is what the whole conversation in reference was.
I have a
Not,
question for
you
you.
go to a church and you'll find it.
Oh,
Who's
hold
coming up
on,
with that
Seth.
crap?
I'm sorry, Chris. Finish. I'm
No,
sorry.
I'm talking because why? I understand. I see where people got that,
Right.
but that is a conversation that Seth and I had privately. You know, I'm sorry, but we're not going to sit here and drag certain things into this. It has nothing to do with it. I told Seth, you know, basically we should all go to church. We should pray. That's exactly what it was in reference to.
Understood. Seth, go ahead. It's your turn now.
There's a better way to say it, Chris.
Okay, and that's
For you
semantics.
to think
Let's
that I
not-
don't go to church.
I'm
Seth,
not-
I didn't say anything about you not
That's
going to church or
semantics.
going to church. Can we
Is
go
that
to the
good,
next
fine,
question?
Sebastian?
No, it's not. Can we
Okay.
move to the next question?
All right, thank you.
Okay. How about this? Because you guys have been on here for almost 3 hours, and I really appreciate it. And I do think Chris and Seth need to talk off air. Let's talk about what we do know. We do know, and this is how we started out the live stream. We do
Right.
know that Sebastian was last seen publicly at Texas Roadhouse on Sunday. We know he was seen on camera taking out the garbage at some point.
Correct.
We know that there is a possibility that the cameras did not pick up Seth leaving the house because it was so dark.
Sebastian,
Actually, Sebastian, not
I'm sorry,
Seth.
what did I say? I'm sorry.
You
I'm so
said
tired.
Seth.
Seth, I'm sorry. You're not missing Seth. You're right here. Sebastian.
I'd like to be missing.
Yeah, I understand. I hear you. Sebastian was not seen, a possibility that Sebastian was not seen leaving the house because it was too dark. Okay? There were certain scent dogs that hit on Sebastian. There were 3 of them that went down to the retaining pond. According to Chloe, that retaining pond has been searched.
It was actually been drained and it has been walked and searched.
Okay, so that's good. I think that's what we know about that night and the hours before he went missing. I think that's all we know for certain. Now, I want to ask all of you, what is the next step? Chloe and Heather, I'll go to you 2 first, and then I'll go to the two gentlemen.
I'm sorry, my dog was barking. What did you say?
That's okay. I said, what is the next step? What is the next step for you? What is the next step for the public? What would you like us to do? What do you think you guys are going to do?
Well, for us right now, we are really focused on getting Q in. Chloe and I are working on a report and some maps to try to give them an idea of areas that need to be searched or researched. And I think really the next big step is getting us all on the same page and working together.
Mhm.
And even though this is a mess right now, I think this is a huge step in that direction. And I'm hoping that, as I said, Chris had called me earlier and just right before the show started, and I messaged Chloe and was kind of talking to her about what you guys were going to talk about, because I wanted to, some of the things that he cleared up with me, I wanted to make sure she was aware of.
Mhm.
But, reaching out to me and then reaching out to you guys on the podcast tonight, I think it's a huge step in the right direction. He's angry, but once we get past that, I think maybe we can all work together and start putting our heads together on where we need to look for Sebastian.
Thank you. Very good. Chris, what would you like to see us do? What do you think?
At this point, keep spreading the flyers, keep keeping his name out there in of good graces, not of in a negative light.
Thank
Spread
you.
the words. If you know something, say something. Don't wait 2 weeks. Don't wait 3 weeks. I
Right.
told Heather the same thing. There's so many tips that come in weeks later instead of the moment that they come in. When you get these tips, you call 911, you call TBI, you don't call these PIs, you don't call Seth, you don't call us, you just call the law enforcement agency. Keep spreading the flyers, spreading the word, prayers. Trust me, keep the prayer warriors out there. We need them.
Thank you.
I agree. And I think, because of all of the noise, people have not been reminded to continuously search their properties. And like I said before, everybody else came on here. There's a lot of really large properties in the area, and the terrain is treacherous in a lot of areas. And things get missed. So I think it's important to center it back to the local level, first of all,
Mhm.
because this has become national, and nationally people are giving their opinions. we need the community to come back together and search their acres and acres of property, because I believe he could be very close to home.
Mm-hmm. There you
Now, I
go.
will say this much, that everything she said is exactly the same thing law enforcement's been pushing.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not comfortable searching, call law enforcement. They, I'm sure, can work in getting a team out there to search the property. You know, please, everybody that's searching, do not. I can't stress this enough. Please do not just walk on private property without having prior permission. Please.
By the way, there's comments in chat and we're removing them. Chris has been searching. Okay. He has been searching. Just because you don't see him searching, because you personally don't see him, doesn't mean he's not searching. So that needs to stop. Okay. That needs to stop right now. And Seth, what do you feel the final word should be?
I need people to keep the faith. I need people to keep faith that we will find Sebastian. I don't know. I don't know what people's mindset are right now, but it doesn't need to be about me. It doesn't need to be about Chris. It needs to be about Sebastian.
Mm-hmm.
Sebastian is the goal. Sebastian is what is lost. Sebastian is what needs to be found.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Just remember, he's here for me.
I am so sorry.
My son is missing. I need people to continue with the flyers, as Chris said.
Mm-hmm.
PBI has already stated that most of their tips do come in from flyers. I have
Okay.
I have 100% faith that the humanity that still exists out here, that we can come together, heads up, eyes open, see something, say something. Contact FBI, contact TBI, call 911 for your local. Tell them that, you think you just saw the missing child from Hendersonville, Tennessee. Get them on it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. At the same point in time, if you feel that they're not doing it, you just fix it. Law enforcement is short-handed. All it takes for evil things to exist is good men do nothing. And that's good females too. I'm not, it's just for evil to exist and continue is good people they do nothing.
It's horrible to hear Seth so upset like that, isn't it? It really is. I do hope they can find some way of coming together. And I personally, watching this interview, I don't think any of them have got anything to do with it, or, it just, I just hope, there's a good resolution in the end. It is always possible.
Right.
Don't fall into the simplicity. On your way to work, on your way to the corner store,
Mm-hmm.
on your way to Walmart, you might see my son.
Absolutely
You might
right.
see him, and I need you to say something. I need you to call 911 immediately. If you're not in Sumner County, I need you to call 911. After you call 911, call TBI, so that way they know that 911 has already been called. I have found that law enforcement groups do not communicate with each other. And I don't mean this as a negative, but I mean this as a Facebook lead came through, and I called Lebanon, which is here in Tennessee, and they didn't even know that my son was missing.
Oh, jeez.
Come on.
All right?
Mm-hmm.
I will second that with Seth. There's a lot of people
They
out there
don't communicate.
that don't know locally.
Right.
Come here, Ryan.
They don't communicate, and they need to. They absolutely need to.
Well, I'm not saying communicating. I'm just agreeing
It's
that he is
short-handed.
saying that there's a lot
Not
of
everybody
folks.
gets the information that is necessary.
Mhm.
Somebody forgets to do a pass down, and the next officer on duty doesn't get the information that he needs. So he doesn't even know. It's not his fault. The officer before him could have been working a 16, or have even been working more than a 16, which is illegal. But we still have to have law enforcement out there.
Mhm. Right.
I just need everybody to work together. The rumors are killing it. The rumors are killing people's time. And that's the one thing Sebastian doesn't have.
Right.
So if you've already called TBI with your information, but you think it might be a rumor, if you heard it from Joe Blow down the fucking road, you're not helping find my son. You're part of the problem. People out there listening that are doing the death threats, I will see you at my door. You're going to sit there and pick on people, but you're a coward. You are a coward. And if somebody has my son, understand that I love him and I need him back.
Mm-hmm.
I need him back. Not that I want him back, it's I need. Because my life has stopped. Because
Seth.
my son is.
You know, I didn't like it when he said that. It's not that I want him back. I need him back because my life has stopped. He is all for me, Seth. You know, I get as well. I didn't like that really.
Not here. And I find it hard to function.
Can you ladies get him
a
to hold
regular life without my son here.
I'm sorry, Chris.
Seth.
What did you say? Go ahead, Chris.
Right. Seth, I know what you're doing and I understand the plea, but hang tight, man. You and we need to get off this panel. You, me, Katie, PIs need to get on a phone call.
Absolutely.
Not on here. Our message is simple. Find Sebastian, you see it, you say something, you call it in. Don't wait. Don't go down this track, man. Don't. I'm looking out for you. Don't.
Can I just say one thing? I don't want to ever discourage people from reaching out with information that they think might be pertinent. Now, getting the same tip 100 times from everybody on social media, just sending the screenshot, did you see this? And we've already seen it 500 times. I mean, that's a little excessive, but I don't ever want people to think like, oh, this might not be important, because that might be the one tip that actually was important.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a different message to send. I don't want anybody to feel discouraged. Please reach out to us. Please reach out to TBI. Do not keep anything silent because you don't think it's important.
Absolutely. And I wanted to reiterate, like I get a ton of messages, and even if I do not respond to you, that doesn't mean I haven't looked at it, and that doesn't mean I'm not looking into it.
Mm-hmm.
So please, I mean, I get them on Twitter, I get them on Facebook, I get them in my emails. If I don't respond, it's not because I'm ignoring you. We are vetting things that we know are probably nothing.
Right.
But we're still vetting them.
I mean, that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's regardless of how everybody out there feels about me personally, regardless. Let me help everybody with something, and this might help you understand where we're all standing. There are some folks out there that have children, and I would like for you to take your step back, and you can go look at your children. You get to look at them, you get to hold them, you get to hug them, you get to give them kisses every night, you get to say I love you, and all the fun jazz that you get to do.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, there are 3 parents that cannot do that right now to one child. One. regardless of how you feel about me, because I can tell you now, I'm not the most liked person in the world, and I'm perfectly okay to accept that. But if your heart's in the right place and you're doing this for the right reasons, it's not about me. It's not about Seth. This ain't about Katie. This is about 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, our son. And all I'm asking for y'all is to please tone everything down, focus on the positive, keep pushing the message out there. And trust me, when we find Sebastian, when he comes home, let the party begin. But that's all we're going to ask of y'all is please just keep spreading the word and be supportive and just keep pushing Sebastian. That's all we're going to ask.
Thank you. Seth, any final words?
No.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't thank you enough for coming tonight. I apologize for the rude comments in chat. Our mods were deleting them as quickly as possible. Those people disgust me. They're not welcome here. And
Thank you so much, Trish. If this had to happen publicly as it did, I'm really glad it happened here.
well, and again, we'll do anything we can to help and anything we can do to facilitate the talking. We don't need to do anything publicly. We'll help any way we can privately, and we won't say a word. So anything you need, we are here. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care now.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Now, that was the end of them. You know, Chris and Seth went off, but it's not quite the end of the video. So then they did go on then on the video to talk about this, the ladies, after Seth and Chris had gone. So let's just have a look what they had to say then. Oh, not for long, just for a few minutes. They continued talking.
It did. I'm really glad it happened here.
Well, and again, we'll do anything we can to help and anything we can do to facilitate the talking. We don't need to do anything publicly. We'll help any way we can privately, and we won't say a word. So anything you need, we are here. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care now.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah, so you thought it was over. You thought it was over, but it's not.
Bye.
Is it just us?
Wait.
Yeah, it's just you and like thousands of other people watching.
Is the
I
show
think so.
over?
Yes.
Are we
No,
still-
we're still live. We're
Oh,
still live.
okay. I was like, okay, yeah, it's just us.
Okay. Yeah. I don't. Yeah, we were trying to get rid of the comments in chat as quickly as possible.
I'm
And
busy.
people, yeah, and
Yes, Seth was in the chat earlier, but you have to watch it again, Joanna. I can't go through it all again. But yes, Seth was in it earlier, but that was Chris making those points.
people were saying, "Do you want me to be a mod? Do you want me to be?" And I didn't have time to make anybody a mod or anything. But
Well, I got, ping in and then 8675309.
Okay, good. Because yeah, the comments, the bad comments were coming fast and furious, and it was so frustrating.
I've never seen anything so disgusting before.
I know, and it's like,
Honestly.
really?
And we've been doing this for what, 4 years now?
Yeah.
I mean, in some form or another, and
Yeah.
it's
Oh,
just horrific.
Been doing true crime social media for 20 years. I've never seen as many rude, horrible comments
Right.
as I have on both sides, But
And-
if you watch Gray Hughes made a video later, he was in this chat earlier, and he said, why weren't they just banned? I don't think they dealt with the negative chat comments very well. She said she didn't have time to make mods. Takes a second to make someone a mod, literally. So that's not true exactly. But anyway, I thought she dealt with the whole thing pretty well, but there was a lot of hate on there. A lot of hate on there.
And we're talking about chat comments, just to clear up for everybody.
Chat, yeah, not
Yeah.
here.
Yeah,
But I do
not
want to
people.
say something. People were accusing me of favoring Seth over Chris.
Yeah,
I was, because Chris was so angry and so aggressive. And I was trying to calm him down, and I wanted to but he was just kept exploding, and that's just not going to help.
Well, she's dishing Chris now again. God.
I was trying to get that message across to him, and I don't know if I did, you know. So it was.
Also, you were trying to make sure Seth got a chance to speak, that
Well,
they both
yeah.
got a chance to speak, you know.
And Chris had been on there longer than Seth. So.
Oh, God. So she is definitely pro Seth and anti Chris. So that's, you know, just there's an agenda here somehow.
Oh, anyway, it was just it was very frustrating. So I will admit that I was helping Seth more for two reasons. Chris was so angry and was just exploding, and I was trying to give Seth time to respond. So that's why. Anyway, yeah,
Listen, Seth's quite capable of chatting on social media. He does it, or he's done it a lot more than Chris has. But Misty, the answer to your question, I'm just looking at your question in the chat. I don't know if the police have checked all Sebastian's friends' homes. You would think so, wouldn't you? But then, of course, I think they have to be invited in, don't they? But, you know, they can't just go in without a search warrant. I don't know, but, you know, oh, God, wouldn't it be great? It would be so great if he was in one of his friends' homes, wouldn't he? You know, it would be brilliant if he was.
I do, Elizabeth. I feel like Chris is his own worst enemy, and I don't know how to get through to him. That he's just making it worse by getting angry like that.
Yeah, well, Chris, the thing is, Chris, that is his personality. You know, that is his personality. He can't change it. You know, that is the way he is. And he said himself at the end of that interview, he said, I know I'm not the most liked person. He knows how he is. He's not going to change, not for her, not for anyone. That is him. And some people will see through it to what's behind it, and some people won't. And, you know, that's just the way it is. And maybe, you know, he shouldn't get so angry, but he does. And that's it. And he's not going to change for this lady. But, you know, she did well keeping the interview thing. But I think this bit at the end, I don't know, this is just like, oh, once they get off there, let's dish Chris again. I don't see the point of this bit at the end.
It doesn't help, because here's the thing. You're not going to change the idiots out there that come in and say these horrible things. You're not. You're just not. And by yelling at them, calling them names, it's not going to help. It's just going to make you look like an angry person.
Yeah, but Chris can't help it because that's the sort of person he is. He's not doing it for personality contest. He doesn't care what people think of him. That's just his way. You know, he's not going to change because he's not doing it to win over friends or favors. She can't seem to see that. Like, he's not coming on there trying to win people over. He's just himself, and he gets out. You could see, gets angry quick, and he calms down quick.
So
it's hard, but as we know, you've got to ignore those people.
And that's so hard to do.
Yeah, it's hard, but you need to. I mean,
but here's the thing. These two families, like I said, they didn't know. One day they're going along, all of a sudden they're boom in the middle of social media. And unless you've been in it, it's almost impossible to ignore these things. And you want to respond because you think, okay, if I get out there and respond and tell the truth, then everybody will see. Well, it doesn't matter, because the trolls will be the trolls, you know. And if anybody found that upsetting to listen to, you could have left at any time. And I offered.
Yeah, it's true. The trolls will always be the trolls, and you know, you can't. Some people. One thing I've learned is people just hear what they want to hear. They believe what they want to believe. Sometimes, you know, especially in this day and age, everybody's very polarized about things. There's very few, you know, often people just can't debate things, can't be polite to each other, even though they've got different opinions. And that I find that very difficult. So I think, you know, you can respect someone's opinion without being nasty to them. You know, and so, but as far as social media is concerned, I think young people understand it better. You know, I think I've told you before, when I first started off in doing the true crime YouTube, so it's been like just over a year now. When I first got nasty trolls and everything, I was like really upset, and then my son just like, it's just like, well, what are you worrying about it for? You know, they've got a different way of looking at it. And I remember seeing James English, who's a big YouTuber in the UK, say now it's just like water off a duck's back to him now. He's just, and you do get used to it, but if you were just suddenly thrust into it, you know, it is a shock. And especially in a circumstance like this, when your son's missing, I mean, it must be absolutely awful.
To end it so these two could talk, and Chris said
Yeah.
no. Chris said no. So I tried, you know, and if they want to talk on this platform, I am more than happy to let them talk. But
Anything that can maybe.
I would, if I was Chris, I won't come back on her platform, because I don't think she's protective enough. I know, you know, the chat was toxic, and it wasn't, you know, he was just on there. You know, I don't think he was protected enough. So personally, if I was Chris, I wouldn't go back on your platform. Sorry.
Help, you know.
exactly.
You know.
Exactly. And again, nobody is forced to sit into this chat or into this, you know, to listen to this. So, and here I am getting all defensive about people making comments about me, and I'm saying, oh, don't listen. And I'm doing just not even taking my own advice. But anyway. Okay.
Well, we all do that, don't we? We're all full of advice, but we don't take our own advice. So so to be fair, she sounds like she's probably took some stick here at the end, and she sounds like she's a bit upset about it after just saying not to get upset about it.
Okay, I think that's it. I think I need a break.
Yeah.
But please, everybody.
She's probably tired after that marathon. So that video started off, it was just supposed to be a nice, quiet interview, probably with the private investigators. And then suddenly all hell let loose, and Chris comes on, and then Seth comes on, and then it's all good. So she's probably tired, bless her.
Get the word out about Sebastian. We'll put links in the description where you can get the flyers and do all of that. Okay. So
And there's a petition that needs signed.
yes.
Yeah.
A petition, and there's a GoFundMe to help with search. What is Gray saying? Is he in here causing problems again? What is he saying? I didn't see him.
Whatever he wants.
He can say whatever he wants.
Yep, whatever he wants.
Well, people are getting mad at him, and people are agreeing with him. So I know he's just being Gray.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing. Okay.
Yeah, if you get a chance, you should go and watch Gray Hughes and his live that he did after this interview, because it's very interesting. You know, and I don't agree with everything that Gray said. I don't agree with everything that anyone says. You know, we all have our opinions. We all talk, and we say, and so, you know, I take what I agree with, and what I don't agree with, I don't agree with. But I wouldn't troll someone over it. You know, it's just, okay, I don't agree with that. You know, that's fair enough. But that's what you think. You know, we have to respect each other's opinions. And I think that's what happens on my channel. Only the Nightbot didn't respect our opinion. Poor Desi. Desi was the first person to get thrown in Nightbot jail, wasn't she? And then Rio as well. She was thrown in Nightbot jail. So, you know, most of the chatters on my channel, we all accept each other's opinions, and but apart from the Nightbot, I'm going to bring it back next time.
Very good. Very good. Okay. Now, I want to bring up, there's a comment that just, Lily D, I need my blood pressure meds too. Somebody just said, Chris wants money. I've never heard that. I've never heard anything about Chris wanting.
Chris has not asked for any money. You can't. These people can't say this crap. Honest to God, and she is sticking up for him. Good for him. Chris has not asked for any money. There's no thing. You know, he hasn't. That is just plainly not true.
Money. Have you?
No, I haven't.
And so I think that's a terrible thing to say. Here's the thing, people, your words have power. For God's sakes, remember that. You know,
as far as I know, Chris works. They have a house. They have these things, so they have money to pay for them. So I don't understand what people are saying.
The GoFundMe is for the search. Chris,
Right.
Prophets have not put up a GoFundMe. You know, so you know, just don't say stuff like that and just act like it's no big deal. That's a horrible thing to say about somebody without proof, you know, because your words have power. Now people will read that and think, oh, well, that's true. So anyway, okay. Poor Ping. I think he was going to go live tonight. I certainly hope he does. And thank you, Ping. Thank you for coming in. I really appreciate it.
Ping is another, Nights with Ping is another YouTube channel, which I haven't really watched much, but you obviously must know her and that. So he's been on there as one of the moderators, I think.
So he's going to go on and go, you guys are not going to believe what I just saw. Oh my God. I need some normalcy here, people.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we will be back Monday night at 10:30 Eastern. Ping the Router is going to go live here in just a moment. That is Nights with Ping. And I think that's it. I want to thank Heather and Chloe for coming on, and Chris and Seth. That was quite a surprise. We didn't know. And I'm glad they were here.
Okay, now I'm going to just show you one more thing. Just one more thing, just like Columbo, before I go. And some of you will have seen it because I did put it on the community. I can't remember if I saw it on Facebook or somebody sent it me. I can't remember now even where I saw it. But no, unfortunately, we haven't seen this policeman for a while. Let me share my community.
Do you guys know, I know you guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
So that's interesting, wasn't it? This nice police, so sweet. We've seen him on a press conference. Can't remember what his name is. I think it might be on here. Anyway, no, I don't know his name, but he's very nice, handsome, but he seems sweet as well. But he said, listen to this.
Do you guys know, I know you guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house.
So he says, what I can say is his mom says all his shoes are accounted for at the house.
I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
I'm not going to say that he's barefoot. So what does that mean? If that's not word salad, I don't know what is. What does that mean? So his mum says all his shoes are accounted for at the house, but I'm not going to say that he's barefoot. So does it mean maybe he had socks on? Because of course he could have had socks on, couldn't he? Not necessarily barefoot, you know, with no shoes or socks on. Maybe he had socks on. What do you think of that? I'm going to play it one more time because he's quite handsome as well.
Do you guys know, I know you guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
It's like, oh, what? You know, oh, pay your money, take your choice, isn't it? One more time.
Do you guys know, I know you guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
There you go. So that's that was just a little interesting video. Just a little interesting video. So he's the chief deputy sheriff, is he, Carl? But I don't know what his name is. But yeah, interesting. Oof, okay, well that's a lot to chew over, isn't it? A long live tonight. But I think very interesting. I certainly took a lot from it of what Chris had to say, and we see what transpires. I just hope they really can sort of start working together, and you know, maybe there is something that's happened here. You know, maybe Chris does know something more. Maybe Katie did do something. You know, that when I very first started with this case, that was what I first thought. My first thing was that Katie had done something, and Chris hadn't done anything, but he had been brought into it, sort of thing. Now I don't know. Now I'm not so sure. I honestly have no clue, and I'm hoping and praying and thinking there is a good chance that Sebastian has run away, and maybe he is at a friend's house. Maybe he is, you know, and let's just hope that that is the case. But anyway. Okay. Who's that you're talking about, DMV? I know that is. Oh my God, who the hell's that? Who's that female creator you're talking about, DMV? Sorry, I'm reading back through the chat there because I missed some of the chat. Anyway, I'm going. So I'm sure I'll see you tomorrow at some point. Might get some news tomorrow. Hopefully this family can resolve the differences, and hopefully can resolve the differences. Anyway, oh, sorry, I'm falling asleep now. So remember to live and love wisely, carefully. What we can never lose sight of is that this is what we can't lose sight of, that all this is about Sebastian. And, you know, I do wish there would, surely they must have more photos of him as he's older like this, because we don't see enough of these photos. So I don't think Sebastian looks anything like this anymore. He's apparently looks more like that, though somebody said that it was, he did, this was photoshopped by Nancy Grace to take his glasses off. Now, it's true that as teenagers get older, they don't want to have the photo taken. I know that, you know, when you've got kids and when they're little, you have millions of photos of them. And then when they become a teenager, God, you can't get a photo taken of them, can you? Because they just don't like it. So maybe that's why there's not so many photos of him as a 15-year-old. Anyway, so I'll see you really soon in the next video. And until then, as always, may your gods go with you. Oh, and I just want to say, thank you to Eddie, who gifted a membership and also joined himself. So we'll be welcoming him, and I think it was Simon who got the membership, welcoming them again to the members on Thursday. So night. Don't let the bed bugs bite.